Uh, yeah, because I said things really loud, but check it out now. Maybe it got turned down at some point on the microphone itself. Yeah, it's all the way down. All right, how? Whoa. I guess it's cause I'll talk really low now. I could turn it down a little bit on here too.
No, I think that's good.
Okay. If I talk too loud though, maybe it'll be a practice also in talking quietly. I'm gonna turn it down one.
Okay. You sexy loudmouth.
I guess this should be good, right?
Yeah. Man, my coffee got cold already.
Oh. No, if you want to be warm, take it warm.
You guys should throw the be right back up, or it's just gonna take 30 seconds.
Okay. It'll be fine.
Love
Love
you.
you. Well, that's not good. No one can deny the novel's hold on the imagination of whole generations, or the power of its admonitions. Admonitions. A power that seems to grow, not lessen, with the passage of time. If the message of 1984 grows and doesn't lessen, what does that say about the time that we live in while we read it?
All
Welcome
right.
back.
Hey, thank you, baby.
And the light. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is gonna be so much nicer than normal. We start from the three, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't. It's been a while. I don't remember what we covered last time.
I think uh Winston and Julia met and they had like gotten naked and done stuff together.
They were naked in the woods.
Yeah, cuz I just read they were both sleepy. He reached out for the discarded overalls and pulled them partly over her. So they
Yeah.
weren't wearing them. Maybe he was just naked.
Just the way Winston is.
Yeah.
There's no rule at the party.
He was taking a shit outside and he likes to be naked.
Yeah. Personal preference.
Uh,
This is a little different too. That you're gonna be reading.
yeah. I don't off. So, there's a lot of points to doing it this way. One, I can't look at the fucking TV screen anymore. All the lights are bothering me except this one. Two, no, this is like 1A and 1B. Uh, two, A, is that there's an effect that being on the internet has. Looking and this and that, and at looking at this and that,
Yeah.
and I just don't want to do it. And when we do it the other way, we can't face each other, and the the setup isn't ideal. And I feel like this is more ideal. We could
Do we normally sit across from each other and talk?
no, we sit next to. Oh, you mean when we're not doing live stuff?
Yeah.
A lot of the time, yeah. We could put our face wherever we want.
Yeah.
And there's this need for me to get as far away from what everybody else is doing as possible. It's to be successful because people are mindless, to for someone to do something, to offer something new and be successful at it, people want what they had already, but more stimulating or more better or even just new. And to that I say fuck you, because everybody's stupid. I was even thinking of, like, how do we write something that descri- describes what we're doing? It's not to have no chat. I wouldn't care if there was a million people here chatting. But to interact with that is to take time from this. And this is what people should observe. How many times do we say I love you a day? It's just part of our language, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we say it a bunch.
What's the likelihood that people do that as well? It's
Ah.
kind of low. And do they mean it the way, like, there's a force behind when I say it, like a dragon shout.
Yeah.
There's intentions behind it. And so if we can just be as us as possible, I think it's a better thing to put into the world and to show the intention of it. But I'm not gonna fucking listen to whatever you have to say right now. That'll be for another time. If there were like a million people here, or have days where it's interacting with people, but we have also days, especially reading, that it should just be us as possible. But to find a word to describe all of this stuff that I have in my mind, the direction that I want to go in.
The tag or title
Yeah.
raw is not.
It's hard because everybody talks in one word terms. Racism, fucking Holocaust, fucking
Starting off strong here.
yeah. None of that means the same thing to any one, or to more than one person, unless they're just no. Even then, the stupid people who they're not following their own thought with those words. They're following someone else's thought with those words. But those thoughts are multitudes as well. Even to describe anything that people do, it seems like every stream deck, for example. I was thinking about when we were trying to find to use that term puts you in a group with people that everybody has this a different definition because some people are using a keyboard, some people are using a thing that was called a stream deck when it was sold to them.
There's they've been in
Doctrinated.
indoctrinated. That piece of technology has other names too. Like I do AV stuff. They're like production boards, or they're uh, the people who make Da Vinci make uh,
Uh-huh.
boards like that too. You hit a button and
They don't call it a stream deck.
no.
Oh.
So it's another thing again.
Yeah. So one more thing's like a name. Give power to a thing outside of them. But that thing that has power outside of them is controlled by who controls it. You know? So it's not the self that has the control, and it's not even the self that has control when there's a someone controlling that language. It becomes a thing that's bigger than the self's motivation because you always got to change a little bit for those systems
Yeah.
instead of changing for what else do you change for? Betterment of self.
Maybe it's the weed in my imagination a little bit.
You still try to talk around here?
Yeah. Sorry, I felt that thought going that way.
Oh,
so
so I
was,
shouldn't stop you.
Uh, we're trying to do that video, and we've been writing it out.
Yeah. We could say what
Choose.
it was.
Yeah,
Talk
yeah.
about.
I'm
Okay.
trying what were we doing? Trying to choose the right words to convey our message.
Yeah.
Trying to say what is true. Um, and part of that,
Really, I mean, it is like our message because the more I try to write things or think about things, there's always that point we get to that it seems like opinion, because there's so many words that have to come together, so many thoughts to have to bring the truth to it because only truth can make something universal if we all.
that's kind of the thing I was trying to tie on to.
Yeah.
The the truth that we got a line that not oh, we have a line when we were defining it. Part of that definition is it's something that everybody can see.
Well, that's why you said we aligned because the truth that's going to bring everybody away from the truth that's going to save everyone from the thing that they want to be saved from is new in terms of human. Nobody has said the words yet. Nobody's wrote the paper or the book or made the YouTube video of it yet. So it doesn't have a language. And to have that language, to know a language, you have to know the thing you're talking about, which means you have to live it. And we have lived it. I've made you live it with me.
Kicking and screaming, but ultimately for the best.
It is. People want to know, who they are, what their purpose is, what all these differences in, and I know that they are looking for it because they ask about it and they all go to politics or culture or religion to answer these questions. And then it goes to, well, everybody has a different opinion. But it's not a fucking opinion. And it's the problem of resorting to anything, just calling it fucking politics. This is supposed to be how you live. There are no politics in the universe.
How do we? It's like people take shit that is opinion as fact and fucking facts and take them as opinions. They got it fucking flip flopped.
Yeah.
What thing do we got to do to unflip?
There's a lot of science that's opinion too. Because there's like, oh, based off of all of this, I say this. But what they have correlates but doesn't, because there's a vacuum there, a vacuum of information, and you could put anything in there. You could say the earth is flat, crazy things. You could say God. You could say I did that. I used my mind to manipulate that. So wherever there's a vacuum of information, anything makes sense. But the more you put into those vacuums, the more you see it's not a fucking vacuum, that now there's stuff that's starting to contradict. If there's no contradiction, we don't know it. So if everything's opinion, they don't see the contradiction if you put it all together. Because there's just one source. It seems like a vacuum because it's like I have all this space to think and do whatever I want. But there's only one fucking truth. And when you go in that direction, you see how this conical thing is filled not only with the truth, but also bullshit. And there's a very specific way that people have to live in order to see the universe. It's not just about reading Neil Tyson's new book. It'll never be about that. He's not doing the things.
Yeah, if you want to be a bodybuilder, you got to fucking work the fuck out.
Yeah.
If you want to know the truth, if you want to live the best life, you have to.
They think because it's in their brain, because it's mostly just thoughts. Bodybuilding isn't thoughts. It's I bet at a lot of points it's taking your thoughts out, leaving them somewhere else, or deleting them so that no pain, no gain, just keep going, There isn't questioning the thoughts that they have. It's telling those thoughts who's boss. And that's not how this is ever going to work. Because there are thoughts in our head. Then somebody made a video about NPCs versus who are those, Wojaks or something. The meme is, so I can just say it all out, The meme is there are people who just exist and don't think. They don't have higher brain functioning. So they go through life and he made the correlation that those people don't have inner thoughts because there was a test done at some point. These people who think they know what they're talking about with the brain, that they asked a bunch of people, do you have inner thoughts? And that is too complicated of a fucking subject to just leave it at yes or no, because there are a lot of things that that's why I was writing down, like anger, addiction, what's that good one? The need to be needed or something.
The feeling of importance.
The need to be important. Those are all emotions that exist outside of our control. Oh, you can say that they exist. Because I can stop myself from being angry or something, but there's two dimensions to that. That's why inside, outside. So I will feel that anger regardless. It's not about making that anger disappear. It's about understanding that anger, understanding why I feel like I need to be important, not making it a part of me and then tromping about the world like I have a destiny that I thought up. Or, you have to know the degrees, the dimensions of yourself. And this test does not do that, because do you have inner thoughts? Well, are those inner thoughts, are you taking control of inner thoughts that aren't what you initially did? You're just saying that it's you? Like, are your inner thoughts something that you conscious, because there's a difference if I am going to the store today.
Yeah.
Or picturing squeezing someone to death because they made you angry. Those are they come from two different places. They go in a different direction. They are two different things because they have definitive characteristics that are different from each other. So NPCs don't have inner thoughts, and these Wojaks do have inner thoughts. Perhaps those inner thoughts are things that they take ownership of, like, oh, I hate all women, so now I have these fantasies of hating all women, or I'm angry about this, and whatever, wherever the dialogue is. And then these NPCs apparently don't have those inner thoughts, where they just see the pictures but they don't recognize that, or
Yeah, they're more mechanical than...
Because then when you see them do drugs and you watch them still interact with their mind, there's something going on in there.
Yeah.
They're calling them NPCs, but they are a person inside of there, the same amount of person that's inside the people who think that they have higher brain functioning.
Yeah.
Maybe both sides end up fucking thinking that they're Jesus sometimes. Both sides get schizophrenic. Both sides talk to God. There's a similarity there, that the differences they think these people have is preventing seeing that similarity. Everybody separates themselves from everybody else. I'm different because, but you're not looking for the similarities. You're not looking for both. Except Holocaust 2.0. But they're not seeing that there's misinformation going on now. So who's to say there wasn't misinformation going on then?
Yeah.
So spot the similarities. There's something we watched that said Zyklon turns blue when exposed to the air or something.
Okay.
I haven't checked that. I need to, because it's used as like an insecticide, so it still exists. I gotta see if if what this guy says is true. But all of the misinformation that is now in schools is, and they also bring up, oh, you think the people who had to go through the Holocaust wouldn't be causing a Holocaust now. Well, look at that Holocaust. See how they forced only one narrative. They force other narratives. You can't even say, I disagree with you. I disagree with your religion. I disagree that you chop baby dicks. That you bite baby dicks. For what? What does your religion do for you? So they're so ingrained in this culture, religion, politics thing when we shouldn't be looking at that shit at all, because politics, just how people should act. No. Because how people should act is how people should act. When you go off and see what these people do with their trade agreements, and maybe some of those things that they do, these trading, they make these rules that are not good when they take away from the other side of the story, maybe. When they push, when they don't, they are a force that tries to push other forces out. And if that's the case, everything has to be reevaluated. Who are they if they don't look for the best thing? Because how people should act should be the best thing. And if you're okay, well, if you molest a kid, you get 7 years. But if you play the game, the economic game, like that girl who made that diabetes pill, Thurman, and then Elon Musk came along and became the new her.
Yeah.
Now there's that crypto guy who got years and years in prison, or person who...
Sam
I have no idea. I've never looked at his name. I know it's a Jewish name.
He's really gross, and he had a really gross girlfriend.
I don't know. I haven't looked at any of that yet. There's this... I've been watching fucking raccoons eat peeps in the woods, you know? I went in a different direction. Or the person who made the Silk Road, or Pirate Bay people, whatever the case is, they get more attention, more threats, more hate, more time in prison than someone who will molest a child. So do you have but don't kill a baby in the womb, right? Don't take a plan B. Regardless of what you feel about that side, look at the other side as well.
Yeah.
There are extremes, and it's, but these people and that people. It doesn't have to be. If everybody was going in the right direction, it wouldn't be, there's just these pockets of corruption. How do you think the fucking cartel survives? Do they have nukes?
No.
So fucking nuke them. But weapons of mass destruction somewhere else, right? We're in profitable fucking countries that you used to have control over. Before Saddam Hussein, there was Western influence. And they were just getting it back. It was a war for money. So, like, everybody is stupid.
Painfully.
And they all claim to think they have an opinion. Motherfucker, what are you doing on Twitter telling me how you feel about things? There was this one guy, Poop Dollar. He had something to say. He has something to say about something all the time, right? So I ask him a question, and he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, can't a person just say something and be high and bullshit around on Twitter without getting... I was like, okay, so you're spreading you keep running your fucking mouth. And I'm questioning you about the shit you're putting out on the internet. And you're just... Can I fucking take a nap while also typing on the internet and not... People don't understand the influence that their words have even over themselves. That they could type that out, that they spent that time, because time is fucking currency. Time is the ultimate currency. But we have to get to with the reality of death. There's something wrong with that. That we have to convert. Like playing telephone.
Yeah.
Translations, there's things that get lost in translation. What about currency? What is the thing that you have a finite amount of? From the very beginning, from the day you're fucking born. So, you're told over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because everybody fucking fears death and they want to give you that death. Everybody who doesn't know, everybody is an abuser. Everybody abuses fucking everybody because they are going in this poor fucking direction. So death, time is a fucking currency. So now you're converting your time to this paper dollar that is backed by something else, but banks can keep printing it out, and there's these international things now, and you know that these international motherfuckers hate each other.
The shit you're mad about, you're clicking on Twitter, that some of that happens
behind closed doors where you only get the press version.
It is happening. Yeah. Part of that's happening, and it's being funded by the fuckers who take the money out of your paycheck every fucking couple weeks.
Yeah. So like 50% of it.
Yeah.
So your time is now cut in half. And you're bitching about fucking what is life to you? What do you have to say that's so important if you don't fucking value life?
Yeah.
And if you don't just have that sense, see, the thing with the life, love, truth is that if you follow life, things become revealed. Because there is that voice in the back of your head that's schizophrenic, that's God, that's fucking your own voice, Andrew Tate. I hate eating. You hate yourself, motherfucker. You monkey-ass, grape-eating
Surprise, motherfucker.
He is an incel fucking who's been able to buy nice enough clothes and maybe smell nice enough. But if you that's why that guy drew that picture, Norm Cruise, because if you strip those things away from him, and you can do it, you have an imagination. If you used your imagination for what it's supposed to be used for, if you followed life, you know how to use it. He's a doofy looking motherfucker. And he's following some crazy Andrew Bateman, whatever his name is, from the that one movie. And people want to be that, but they hate the system. But this person was made by the system. So what, like, contradictions.
Yeah.
You don't get to see that if you don't follow life. And you get, like, just do it everywhere. There's so much that you can do that it will just become fucking apparent. Everybody wants love, right? So, like, when things start to unravel of all this, like, death and, fuck it, I'll just work at McDonald's and shitpost on 4chan, there will be a desire for love that then motivates you to know the truth about everything. Because it's like, shit, I have something to live for now. I don't want to die.
Yeah. Weird exercise thought, maybe. So the people who like Andrew Tate, they would like to emulate him.
Hold on, because I have many examples now, because I needed to know. There are people who do not feel exactly like Andrew Tate, but they take what they want from him. Quotes, that's what I was gonna say. The third guy, he likes some of the things that Andrew Tate says. Everybody's a walking contradiction. But he doesn't like other things. But Andrew Tate says things that they wanted to say but didn't have the words to say it. There was a confusion that they probably felt.
And they
didn't have enough time to go through, or they had the biases. But Andrew, even with his biases, because he has fucking biases, because look at him.
Yeah.
He hates eating. Who doesn't go on the YouTube,
That's a
who
necessity.
likes Andrew Tate, yeah, and it's a necessity of fucking life. Like,
I hate freezing.
all of these things start to unravel very quickly if people just follow fucking life, right?
Yeah.
Like, it has for you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You're starting to see the world in
Yeah.
everybody, and there, people are hiding because you tried to hide. I've tried to hide. Everybody tries to hide something. I wear my sunglasses at night. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics. Maybe it has nothing to do, but there's an image that people want, people need, and now they don't even, the observing yourself. There's so many middlemen who try to tell you who you are. At Citibank, we're a family. Fucking YouTube guidelines that you're not a good person, that you're not deserving of money, that your voice isn't deserving of your well-being, and whatever else, while you're being watched by so many people who are judging you. Nobody has the proper sense. They have the sense of everybody else's self, but they don't have the sense of self. There's a middleman. And if you follow life, you gain that sense of self.
That sense of self that stops you from standing on the fucking rug while it's attached to that fucking cart.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a cool experiment.
Right? So, I guess if anybody... People should hear... We should just repost this. Be like, we should write all the keywords. This is what you need to hear to save your life. Or some shit, you know? So, a baby... They took a bunch of babies. It's good to say these things out loud, too. They took a bunch of babies aged from, like... 10, maybe...
So they're about 18 months.
10 months to 18 months?
I don't think it was 10 months.
Like 12 months to 18 months? 13? Because where was the best... So it was it was something like that.
Yeah,
the monthly...
Maybe 15 to 18.
A few days apart. Who knows with this month shit.
Yeah.
Few weeks. They give them a shopping cart to push. They teach them how to push the shopping cart to mommy. Then they unfurl a rug that's attached to that shopping basket. I always forget what things are. Shopping cart. In a way that the baby would stand on that rug and have her perform the same task and see if they can problem solve why they can't get to mommy, because the rug, standing on the rug attached to the shopping cart, pushing the shopping cart, will inevitably prevent them from moving. And they see how each age there was, and then at a certain point she was able to push the rug away to know that she's in the way of getting to mommy.
Yeah. The girl rolled up the rug a little bit.
Yeah, maybe even because she saw the person unroll the rug.
And that the boy just moved off to the fucking side and dragged the cart that way.
So that's a pretty cool... So how do people in the world... Is that kind of learning, that basic learning, just as much as we go? That's just as far as we go. Oh, now I know how to drive my car sometimes, unless I want to get drunk, unless I'm angry, unless I want to run to that fucking tree. So many. So, how the baby doing that, and then the people like not doing that.
Yeah, there were kids who couldn't figure out that they needed to step off the rug to get the cart to move.
How did that relate to what we were talking about? Tommy, you're still here.
Play it back. Please. Uh, talking about Andrew Tate. He didn't have the sense of self.
Yeah. And the sense of self is what they hypothesize, because it's not necessarily maybe the sense of self that, but it makes sense to me, but I would need more information, because maybe it's the rug that's in the way, and their sense of self came from something deeper a long time ago, you know.
Yeah.
But there's still, if the shopping cart is the things people bring with them throughout time, mommy is life, baby sense of self is I want to go in that direction, and the rug is the things that get in our way. How people deal with that, by not moving at all, sitting down and crying or hearing. But there was also something about the brain. Oh man, maybe we'll have to listen to it later and get angry that we forgot, because there's something about the sense of self, getting it from other people. That experiment is getting kind of sense of self from people, because they put that obstacle in your way. If it if they're right, that's where the sense of self comes from, or their idea has like that kind of middleman where they as the observer put in that obstacle, and now they're going to get the results that, like, they didn't create the environment where sense of self came from.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they interfered with the environment, so they can't measure the thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if they. I think they were just saying they think that it is sense of self. I was just trying to relate it because I'm still. Damn it. Well, it doesn't matter. Probably, because things will just be brought up again.
If Andrew Tate is something to be emulated,
picking and choosing, he got his ideas from the path he took in life. So that conclusion, though it may be, because it's like the monkeys, but we're the monkeys, writing Shakespeare. Eventually, if you had an infinite amount of monkeys, if you had an infinite amount of people, somebody's going to say the right thing, because those monkeys, it's not just monkeys. Monkeys will never, because they don't know how to type right. But we do. He'll say something that even like I'll see something that makes sense. There's a time that like things that Joe Rogan said or something made sense.
Yeah.
But Jordan Peterson, of course, he's the best example, because now he's broken down, and if you see his word that you liked and you didn't have that experience to find those thoughts yourself, bad way to say it, those words that make sense are the words that they've experienced. The people who like these words from famous people. I can relate to that. But it causes them to not be critical of a lot of the things that the person does. They excuse.
Yeah, because like if that thing is bad, then my thought is bad because we had the same thought.
A lot of things they feel like they're learning information from them now. So all that information that you haven't experienced and yet are allowing this person who does this thing that goes against life, even if he changed your fucking life, even if the person who influenced you changed your life, if you don't see the things that go against life that they do, say for instance Jordan Peterson and his vaccine thing and his getting angry about it, but like just I want to say just the Netanyahu thing, like he like this and the bitching on Twitter.
Yeah,
he's
back demon.
People liked him for the logic that he brought to a lot of things, and now I watched a person break down for something, and I don't know how he recovered or what. That's a lot of. I don't want to say that he's responsible because he's just a big baby too. He had an existential life and love problem that he then had to play out publicly, and will always have to play out publicly. I think it would have behooved him to be more withdrawn and find that deeper feeling that brought him to that place. Because if he could think about the things that he has thought about, he could go there. And he can go there until he understands why the internet would go against him for whatever reason, whether it makes sense or not. And that being more on the logical path, more stoic, I guess, but intentionally so, is like not intentionally stoic. It's not the taking the path of it, that leads you inevitably to it, where you can't let your anger and your feelings that you don't understand yet determine how you'll influence and be influenced by the majority. People get so big that they now have to go against everyone, and they have to keep allies to be as big as they are. So it becomes like a survival of staying alive, being as big as majority. Imagine that, like that chick who wore like a Chinese style dress or Oriental style dress.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, ooh, and she was a high schooler. Like it was news bullying a teenager, and everybody was observing it.
Cultural appropriation.
Yeah. Blaming her for that. Yeah. But cultural. So all these people don't bully, but now we're defining majorly what things are right and wrong. Jordan Peterson has to do that too. I can't even call him by his real name. I have such a disrespect for him. Where once I was curious, I am disgusted, Like, you can see someone is like, oh, when you get to share ideas, even if they're from afar,
yeah,
that's why people feel closeness to people. But they are as known to you as he knows somebody else. I don't know. People feel closeness to people. Uh-huh. I don't anymore. I just see their influence in the world. I remember one time when I was little, I wrote Larissa Olenek, because in the Nickelodeon magazines, it had like things to get like autographs or something. So I would write letters or whatever. Do you want some water or some milk?
I'll take some more.
So for what reason there was, and I think I got like, she doesn't have time to sign a thing or whatever. But thank you for, I don't know, I don't remember. And then I saved it. I was little.
Yeah.
But I was also experimenting because the reaction that I have for that thing, like there's always this thinking about how things feel after I put myself in that situation, I think. Because it's like, should I like writing people? Like, these people don't know me, so I don't know. I don't know how to give it like adult words because I didn't have baby words in my head. I didn't speak to myself in my head, but I was interacting with the thoughts in my head because I knew they were separate from me, I guess, or separate from the thing that I now know is, some. I knew that there was a separation between my awareness of the thing that I'm observing and how it's affecting. Like, you could feel it coming in different directions.
Yeah.
Following life, I guess, gives you that. Or maybe it's just me. Am I crazy? Comment down below. Fuck you.
Shut up and let me die.
Yeah. But isn't it? Can't you see? If people used words better, if people used words as best they could, there would be a way to say, like memes or whatever, a way to say something, an action. Give words to an action to interpret it. There's middlemen, but there's more middlemen everywhere else. Everything is a translation, but like that Aqua Teen Hunger Force, the more they made the copy of the dollar, the more weird the dollar became.
Yeah.
That's how it is. With no new introductions to anything, you become like an abomination.
Do you think we can make up a word?
We can make up a word for anything. Yes.
But do it in
yes. Remember we were just watching that, but the Ali G. They were like, it doesn't matter how many numbers you time plus
9999999.
The computer can do it. Yes, you can make up a word for a situation. That's like what German was, right? Like all of those taking the word that they've had for something and putting it together. Yes, but tell me what it is.
Like based in Greek, we have a lot of Greek-based words.
Yeah.
Like telegraph, or telegram. It's far speak. That's what So can we come up with a word that's like that in Greek sums up "shut up and let me die," like silent for death or something,
Ooh.
No, I mean
forever nothing. Death. Forever nothing. Should we write this down?
Yeah.
Oh god, do I have any blank pages? Yes. Shut up. Because, okay, so this is a reaction. Shut up and let me die is the reaction that one gets when talking to another person. Every time.
Yeah. That's the way they live. You can you can narrow down. There's always a point where this will come out because they are not.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like a farce. There's a but this is the truth. The truth conclusion of the ending. Yeah, that's conclusion. Truth conclusion when speaking to any one individual. The end of their sentence, the beginning of their sentence inside of them. The beginning of one sentence, right?
Hey there, Craven.
Oh no, it's translate. It's translating. We're translating the the beginning of one's inner sentence, because now we have the direction that it's not the sentence that they first say to you, but it's the first sentence that if words were like a roll of tape, it would be the center, in their tape reel in their brain.
The plastic part.
Oh yeah, that keeps the tape in a churner. Ooh,
On a reel.
like the sorter. That's when we have thoughts, right? These things that everybody says is schizophrenia, or the thoughts in my head that tell me to kill people, or the demon monkeys that I've made to have sex with me instead of have human interaction. The thing that keeps all that tape going is shut up and let me die. That's the thing that holds everything together, I guess. It feels like it's like the end words though, because we're translating them, right?
Yeah. From the first part of your thought to the last syllable of the thing that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah,
that whole shape thing. Its shape is shut up and let me die.
Yeah. That's gonna be hard though with all that stuff. Doesn't matter. Shut up and let me die. So, shut up and let me die. Forever nothing, right?
That's what you said.
Oof. Let me die is once something. So, maybe forever nothing is not a good way to. What would be silence? Is shut up, right? Yeah. Silence you. Right?
Silence you?
To point at a person. It's not like you're telling maybe everyone to be.
Yeah. To be quiet.
If you're saying silence out loud, you're requesting silence, right?
Yes.
But do you have to, is there a direction in Greek that we would need to make it Greek? Because don't they, everything is like a bidipole?
Yeah, it seems like that might be a requirement.
Well, what's silence?
The absence of sound.
No. What's silence in Greek? We'll have to look it up. Oh, silence. How would they separate say two things and whatever an and is called.
Sorry, can you say that again, wife?
Whatever people call what an and is,
Uh,
because it's shut up and let me die. There's like a list of two things.
in
We're just gonna have to look up some Greek, how Greek works or something. But what would die be? Maybe they just should we just use the word for die? And then we'll look up how they used,
okay.
cuz we know that they automatically, this is the thing. They automatically they came from living as the basis of their life because they didn't know any better. Survival. That's why life is what we have to be just aware of on higher levels because it's where we came from. Everybody's like, ooh, the history. People were so much blah, blah, blah. But they were unaware of, and there was a turn from life to death. Look at Henry VIII. Was he like the Greeks? Absolutely fucking not. So even further back than him, we got to see when life was not appreciated. And here's the thing: war, right? There
Yeah.
was a reason people needed to fight wars, and there was a reason.
So,
Hey, sweet boy.
oh boy.
I think there was a shift. And the most proof isn't with the majority. It's never that. It's with Plato. Plato was he may have lived through it, or maybe it was like a generation before him. Persepolis, I think, the Peloponnesian Wars.
Yeah.
There was an awareness that Plato had that's visible in the things that he said uh in that letter to whoever the seventh letter or whatever it was called,
Uh huh.
and the way that he represents that ideal that he has, that we know because he's talking about it, in a about his real life or whatever, because of the it was a letter to someone as opposed to a play.
Yeah, it wasn't like a composed work. It was a
So
personal.
you can see his character and intention even better than, hold on, because there's a way that you hear these things and you relate to them that he writes, right?
Yeah.
When you get to see then a bunch of those things and kind of see how his way of writing versus what's going on around him versus what he writes personally versus what has been documented that he's been through, from other places. Some what was that place called? Staples, Napoli's. It's a place in
Yeah.
Italy.
Sicily.
Sicily. And his accounts of all those things, it comes together four things, four directions, to create a picture
Yeah.
of everything around this one person. And then hearing the other accounts that people have. You know how Plato paints such a good picture of, ooh, I forgot his name.
Dion.
Dion. Dion of Syracuse, I think. Um,
Yeah.
and then hear how other people throughout time have talked shit about him. And the things that he was accused of. And to see what kind of struggles one must have gone through in that time to accomplish what he did or what he wanted to accomplish, the thoughts that him and Plato had. So now everything starts with one, right? So instead of seeing like Rome as this big, powerful thing, Rome is an entity that's bigger than anybody because they've all died. Nobody has ever been in Rome from the first to the last day. So Rome is a thing is a cloud of dead people. Plato is an individual. Dion is an individual. So to watch it's like a vacuum of information. Instead of a big empty space, it's this thing, a black hole or whatever, or a white hole, just a sun or something, or whatever something, whatever happens to make a sun. And these two people having understood what has getting to see from a bird's eye view what someone from a time in a place where all these interactions are happening and all these interactions have happened, to see these people pin themselves, hold on tightly as best they could with what they understood in the time frame that they existed in. Hold on to something that exists outside of us. So we can see the trees and the stars and the books and the people. We can give them names. And to have them be able to communicate and have it, I guess, translated too, to communicate enough to know that they're telling the truth. There's not a lot of people in the world who understand themselves enough to form themselves consciously. Some people, there's a lot of people like Marcus Aurelius.
Uh-huh.
He reminds me of, this is how I see him. He's a person barely holding on. The Christians have come in. This is another one thing. This is another vacuum of information that you can see all these things happening around him because of the words. He reminds me of like a football player. Like, me try real hard to do good in school. Kind of dumb. Kind of overwhelmed. Kind of unaware of himself. Kind of barely holding on to the values of life. That he's just writing, my mother taught me to feel like this, my father taught me to feel like this, my grandfather gave me these, you know? And that paints a picture compared to Plato, who could come down to these things at his time. This was Greek. Rome is just a copy of a bastardized version of Greek. They're a bidipole. Plato understood as far as he could where he came from and what could happen as a result of that. Good men, because people were probably tired of fighting after the Peloponnesian War. Good men, because the Persepolis, whatever his name is such a strong person that they wrote stories about him, that he was fighting back against an enemy. Like, what happens when you can be strong enough? What do you do when you can be strong enough to be powerful enough to not have to worry about enemies? Where you decide what happens, because he's probably seen it before with people who are so powerful, like Otto the Spartans or something, what they do to the rest of the world, or to the rest of, to the people that they conquer, or what are the values you have to appreciate life. Where do you go too far? We know we have to fight for some reason because there's always an enemy. Nobody now gets that this enemy thing is not something that's just inevitable. That there will be a time where there will be one good ruler that will be he will know, regardless of what you do with the people who are outside of you eventually. Maybe like Alexander, you conquer them all, but you let them have everything, because he came after the Greeks, right? Or they after this time.
Yeah.
This time was conquered now by another one-person vacuum, Alexander, who went around and conquered everybody, but was boozing around, and he killed his fucking family to get this power, and he was just doing it because he could or something. There was something now that broke the cycle of Peloponnesian War kind of shit. Athens versus Sparta versus whoever was around that time.
And that a bunch of that work stuff to let Alexander do that was given to him by his dad.
Yeah, so now he kills his father, like in fucking Game of Thrones, for no reason. Kills his father, because now he could just be, he was so great because he had like a library or whatever. It's only the stuff he wanted. And Aristotle's is what is like a vapid version of Plato. Because he was like, physical world, and knowing he was basically like a scientist, but and had like the grasp of life, but also not as much. He wasn't as dedicated as Plato and Dion. Nobody will ever be dedicated like Plato and Dion that way in that time for those reasons. So Aristotle, who went to his school but didn't really know him, it wasn't really like Plato and Socrates thing. And now I know that a Plato and Socrates thing is true. Their relationship was true because he wrote in that honest letter what happened to Socrates, which was that his family was involved in Socrates' murder, because there was a good time in Athens, and there was a coup because people were losing fucking these values while he was understanding them by their fucking being torn apart, and he had a direct relationship with that.
Yeah, his brothers and uncles were fucking overthrowing.
They had a lot of influence. Yeah. And they went, truth is bad. They decided that. And Plato emerged from that. That the truth, don't follow truth if it interferes with politics. And then they blamed it on gods and stuff. That you're defying the gods. And there was that contradiction which is happening now still. So a good ruler wouldn't do that. So what emerges? And one person came along and he tried, and they got so close to a powerful fucking Justinian. They got close to a powerful entity that could have where Alexander came from. I don't even remember the fucking country's name. He's not fucking Greek. It was so insignificant. Like, they're just still like warring kings. He was a king. His dad was a king. Alexander was something different than that, and that's why he's so great. What do you call somebody who has like everything? He got rid of fucking Persia, right? That was Xerxes, maybe at that time, maybe not. And everything was easy.
Darius,
maybe.
Like
So all these things, I mean, it's a very clear picture, I think, with all the information. If you go to these one people and understand who they are, people don't even understand themselves. They don't understand they have boy pussies. They're fucking scared to go outside. The politics, they're being told this and fucking that, and that's what created this. And there's no language like Plato had to show. It needed to be evolved. They got as close as they could in their times because there was still unknowns that there's always unknowns. But their unknowns are seeable. That there wasn't. They were what makes so they tried to make Justinian good by trying to show him. I don't even know where those came. Like, there's so many people that it was almost like a religion. They would have to make it a religion because all these people were just coming into awareness, kind of like in the way that Plato was, because there was still just fighting to conquer so that you don't, like, everybody had a different reason to go to war. But how could they not? Because there were so many powerful people, just like wherever Alexander came from. He just came out of nowhere. Everything was kind of like hanging in the balance in that region. Yeah. And you can watch it all happen through, if you trust them, the eyes of the people who experienced it. If you listen to, who's that fucking Roman philosopher, they call him, or basically like I think he was rewriting stories or just trying to like hold on to stories that Plutarch holding on to the stories of what has been happening in all this chaos. There's another person, but because I don't trust him, I can see who he was in the time he was in, just like Marcus Aurelius, because now Greece is gone, Alexander is gone. They didn't exist ever at the same time, did they? No. Maybe I'm like, I don't know. I know that by Jesus's time, or by the, which is, or the Christian time, Marcus Aurelius, that Greece has been there for a while as part of Rome. There's lots of pockets. This is a lot of information to try to fucking, have all come together at.
Yeah, the context is important.
Suck it, Peterson. See, and he is stuck in like, ooh, what does the Bible mean? What is the time the Bible, like, through Marcus Aurelius's eyes, the Christians were crazy. They were just like, kill me, Jesus. Like, there was just like, it was almost like an artificial force against, but it's not an artificial. It's something popped up. Maybe it feels artificial because it feels like there was political. This is where like secret political agendas were in full force. At first it was like this honor thing, and then Plato's time, like the honor, you can watch it collapse through the, like he goes to Justinian and he doesn't know why he does things. He just wants to party. Like the minds of the people who now had power was noticeably empty. Look at Plato's family killing Socrates. Look at the Justinians. He had a lot of people trying to tell him. Look at even Zarathustra or whatever. There was a time where influence in a person's brain was noticeable. I don't know at what point it started. Like, I know if I tell you things, I can convince you to do stuff for me instead of we have to do it for survival or because I'm the boss. Sometimes those bosses, or when those bosses were influenced by other people who are now not the boss, but is controlling the boss. People get dumb when they don't go towards life, and there was this decrease in life. And now we're here. Calling Alexander great. Yeah. When he's just a drunken fool who had an opportunity, and he had some, like, why did he do those things?
Yeah.
Why is there, look at when we go to all these things, this is where Alexander the Great, first whatever, this is a coin from his, but we don't get the context of, like, who this person was in history.
Yeah, you just called great, so he's got to be great.
Do they criticize anybody in a social studies book? No. Social studies. You ain't studying shit. This is a social study. I have been social studying my entire fucking life, and it started with understanding myself and how I interact with the world around me. But everybody does it. Everybody looks at things through the individual's eyes. Instead of the better individuals, it's everyone's individual eyes. So anybody can be right about history.
Yeah.
If you don't decide to look through people's eyes instead of just giving them that, you're not appreciating your view of things. What self do you have? That's the fracture of...
Everybody's not seeing stuff the same, so it's not the truth.
Imagine if the fucking live stream fucked up. Oh man, maybe we should have recorded. Because I mean,
it's important for us.
I just said all the things that I've been studying my entire life. You know?
Yeah.
By also getting bad information from everywhere. It's not just, it's, hey, are you telling the truth? Is there anything else there that says something different? And it's everywhere all the time. There's all this chaos.
Yeah, fuck Snopes. Fuck those people. The verification fucking people.
Yeah, they probably listen, okay? Yeah. I watched that interview where, like, Tom Brokaw, whoever was news reporting on 9/11, and just getting all their information from the government and regretting that they didn't do better investigative work. Now people have, that was a line that was defeated. That was a war. Just like the war with Athens, just like the war with Alexander, just like how the Romans, just how the Christians. Now it's more psychological than anything else. There's a power transference from different ways we interact with each other to get what we want based on what we can understand about things.
Yeah, the warfare has changed. We're not conquering the land, we're conquering your mind because we can get more out of you than we could
And now
by.
look at Israel. Now nobody can do anything about it. Now it's turned completely around, where people are just, they're still doing the same things when information is out there to not be so stupid, but people are so stupid. And it's only the people who are like, I'm making the stupid. I know you're dumb. How do they know that? Because they automatically, without having to say the words, they automatically get to know that we're dumb because they're dumb and they have the power. So they just get to do, I told you not to do something, you're not doing it, and now I have control over you. It's not, it's we can say the words to they become monkeys. Monkeys with potential power to know that they're monkeys. And try to find some and look at the patterns where we've been and where we are now. And stop. We got a fucking retarded person representing us on an international stage where people make bad decisions because they want what they want, and they draw, all it is drawing lines. All that is punishing the other side because you have more power. And that's where we came from, because that's who's controlling us. But we all come from the same fucking nature. Any one of us could have been on one side or the other of a war. We are on one side of another or another in a war or whatever. Not me. And there are ideas that come from that. June Peterstein knows that because he's trying to think of all these things of what's bad in the world, and I'm saying in an intellectual way. Or does he? Or does he just know his place? And he's still a little barky dog, but he doesn't have nukes. And they're using what they know we have inside of us because they looked at Plato, they looked at fucking this and that, and because these people have power, they have a different perspective where I can use this information. Just like Alexander, how did he had information. He saw it was a time to strike and he did. He's like, I got a plan. I see everything unraveling on the outside world. He didn't say it, he just took it. And I think he got that a little bit from Aristotle. Maybe Aristotle, because he kind of dipped. I guess it seems like the most appropriate way to fucking describe that. When he got, like, I think there was a time where he left and came back, and it was just like Aristotle could not get into his mind. Alexander got stuff from Aristotle because his father hired him when he was younger.
Yeah, like he was his tutor, his little teacher when he was a youngster.
It's like all that information that like was in Plato went into like Aristotle because he in a way because he went to his school and he knew of him, and but he got all those ideas. And there's always maybe a person, or there's always an opportunity for a person to have something click. Looking at the outside world, looking at the self, and making a decision what you want to do about that. And seeing power vacuums, seeing opportunities, seeing dangers. And you can kind of measure all of these people by that and see what they did and see what they could have wanted. Or Aristotle, I feel like, was just kind of like a whatever guy. You know, he went around doing this and that, doing whatever he wanted. he wanted to know stuff. That was his motivation. And maybe because Plato tried to do what no, Aristotle with Alexander, like Plato with Dion, and the relationship with Dionysius, because his father called on the story goes, his father called on Aristotle. Aristotle had made a name for himself, and there's a small thing where there's now a market for thinkers. Influence my son to do the best thing because I'm just a big dummy who has this stuff and I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die one day. Not shut up and let me die. My motivation is teach my son because I'm gonna die.
Yeah, so my family name will continue on.
Yeah.
And will continue on. So, and the way for that to happen is to give what I perceive as the best.
Yeah. He went in the best direction he could. Find somebody who he probably was tired of the death. And it's like, this person appreciates life because he does life science, you know?
Yeah.
Or teach him, because philosophy, he understands that philosophy is a good thing, and it's probably a popular thing because it has schools and stuff, and there's off time, so you find activities, and his activity may have been
philosophy,
knowing what's going on in the world, that these different schools are popping up, that these different alternatives to death, because when you're not fighting, you're doing something else that isn't fighting. Basically, it's that, like, dichotomous as that.
Is philosophy the way of war?
If you want to call it war, I think philosophy is the way of life. Life has to be opposite of war. So you can't call it by its thing, because then you're part of that thing, you know? Just like everything else, if you wear skulls, you're part of, you're representing death. And the more you represent life, the more it's revealed to you. Death is just given to you. It's everywhere, right? Death, yeah. And then you can find your little niche in there. Oh, I do heroin and smoke cigarettes, or oh, we're just all gonna die, so I'm just gonna fuck everybody, or I hate eating, fucking...
Yeah. I really like eating. I like to do that shit every fucking day.
It's something that he has to fight against. His love for food, he's denying himself to be part of that bigger thing that dies like Rome. He just wants his piece of dust. All we are is dust in the wind. But I think that it's the wrong way of thinking. If that's inevitable, then at least try to deny it as much as you can. Live for moments or whatever. So live, and it will always lead to you listening to that part that Andrew Tate denies and trying to understand it. And how do you understand it? What do you do but want to be a part of the dust cloud, or not be a part of the dust cloud and be alone? If you choose that, there's always going to be those voices where it either leads you back to the dust or it keeps you to yourself. You know, like if you listen to I don't know if I said that good enough for it to make sense. There is a me outside of the dust cloud. I don't know if anybody's ever gotten to that. Because you have to want to balance and understand the self inside of yourself. Who am I that isn't? What don't I agree with? What are the things, like the same shaping the world, seeing Plato's world around him, his past, his present, or before him, after him,
Yeah.
in the context of just breaking it down to things that can almost be definitive, not caring so much of it's so hard to trying to take trying to take the bullshit out by keeping your options open, like always. If whenever you see a contradiction, there's a place people tend to put information in as placeholders because it's information given to you, but at some point there's that information becomes like who you are. Like if you're told a million things about something that you don't care about, like there's just a lot of ideas and you don't know the truth in anything.
That's the hungry belly of Rome.
Yeah. Dang, yeah, I didn't even eat anything and I got gas.
Ooh, we got those sandwiches.
Ooh. We can also check if we're still running. Um, I think it's just better to say there's a lot of scattered information that people only hold on to when it's beneficial to them. If there's some aesthetic they like about Rome or something, they'll be more in favor of it. So even just,
Yeah. Everybody picks and chooses on fucking everything.
yeah, it's a
And there's
chaos that,
and they don't realize by picking and choosing they fuck everything up. They got no they got no tether, wife.
so if you want to be something different because you see all the things that you don't like going on and taking eventually, ooh, that self becomes more of a self when those contradictions, like you have to decide. If I'm not good, if I used to eat McDonald's every day and I decide that I'm gonna do an experiment because I feel bad, like supersize me. uh he didn't really, it was all like emotional, but I mean I get what he was trying to do. He was just trying to, but also he was on a screen, so that's a different complicated thing. If I am just eating crap all the time and I'm scared of doctors, but I keep getting sick and I see all these things where people are like, you don't have to be sick, do all these things. That's complicated too because then addiction fucking comes in play. I can't even make like a an
Oh
example that makes sense.
shit.
What?
Uh I even talking about experimenting and things, learning shit. cutting out McDonald's like that guy. There's
He
a
ate
cut.
McDonald's.
Or yeah, he ate McDonald's. Well, we cut out McDonald's.
Yeah.
We learned a lot. Uh,
But we also wanted to.
But we filled that space. We didn't just cut it out.
Yeah.
McDonald's French fries taste fucking good.
Yeah.
So instead of saying, I just won't have them, I thought, fuck that. I'm still going to have them. I'm just not going to do. I'm going to learn to make what they make.
Yeah.
I'm still going to have my fucking cake and eat it. I'm just not going to buy my cake from them assholes.
We learn the detriments of something like McDonald's. The industry that they exist in, that whole fucking thing of just cheap, make it cheap and make it as addictive or, as good. And having that big production where there's like all these added things because they don't care. Now they put penicillin or whatever in fucking
antifungal stuff.
Yeah, so that like they can just cross that line between it's not food because the politics, instead of knowing what's best, that people should have their middlemen are shit. They're the topic of today is middlemen are shit. There's like an observance of seeing all the bad things that are going on because there's documentaries and people are like, what's the moral of this and that? So you want something like that when you detach from the other world where people try to suck you in, all the...
Yeah.
We liked, you mostly, I like yours better because they're a little sweeter.
McDonald's fries are really fucking good because they
because you want them. McDonald's French fries are so good because you want them and they found what you want. They found something, a part of you before you found it yourself.
Yeah.
And that sucks. So it's give me back myself. Yeah. You can want those things, but you have to want those things. It's only yours if you do the work and make it yourself.
And I gotta say I prefer the way I make French fries to match theirs, but better.
Takes a long time, but we enjoy them.
Oh yeah. We had to learn some things, and we got information from people, and we questioned. Okay, does that make sense? And then I tried to replicate, and oh holy shit! Fry them twice and apply the sugar to get that McDonald's taste. And we found out that from that guy,
where they got it from, because they
soak their fries in corn syrup. That ain't. Ugh.
Do they?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
That's what we found out during that process is how McDonald's gets their that taste and that color is.
Yeah, but there's people can watch the video if they want, right? I mean, this is, I don't know, it's just more than that. I think this is a whole nother level.
So we get to eat tasty things and not pay an arm and a leg and not provide a giant corporation with more funds to do shitty things. Those actions of doing it ourselves has taken away from McDonald's a foothold where they could gives them less fucking real estate. They don't get to have all the property.
And we see that
I have mine.
Yeah.
You have yours. Fuck you, McDonald's.
That's escaping the Matrix. That's the only way to escape the Matrix. But it's a lot of stuff, and everything is like time. Everything takes time. So you have to want You have to want it. You have to take back your time and find out how to get more time. You and me, we can do things together like we're
Yeah.
doing now. It takes less time to reason with things when two people are talking out loud. There's instead of middlemen, there's a compaction of something different. Something starts to form. There's I I am more attracted to you. I listening to myself, I'm more attractive. No, I'm more attracted to you because you make those fries so good. Everybody is being separated. Like what happens when two people get married that are busy all the time and don't like what do they do with their time together and what are the voices that take them away from that time? There's so much. There's so much thinking and talking to do that everybody should be doing it. And everybody is doing it, but they're doing it wrong. There's like all this empty space. I mean, that maybe they serve their purpose, I guess, or serve their purpose sometimes, but there's an evolution that needs to happen. Instead of saying the same thing over and over again, more spooky, scary stories. It's like, at what point is this a problem? Where's the ladder? And can you be self-aware and to allow a ladder to open or to see the ladder and not climb for it in a malaligned sort of way? Can you see what you do as the best thing? Or even just do what you do, but look out for the best thing? Because, lower rungs are necessary to get to the top. But sometimes the top is. So, a lot of people I've been seeing on the internet, because I people watch. I'm not in it for what the person thinks they're giving me. I'm in it to watch the influence people have over other people. And
I know you are, baby.
what? Yeah. So. I forgot what I was gonna say. That's all good.
You were something about a pattern you saw of the people on the internet. They've been doing something recently that sticking flutes up their butts.
Oh, the they are a strong influence because their voices influence children, thousands of children from all ages and all cultures and all religions and all politics in search of truth and peace and love from what they all act like. Like I there is a morality vacuum. Because the people they're influencing want someone to call mommy and daddy. And it's as simple as that, really.
Did you say that again?
The people who influence, there's a give and take all the time.
Yeah.
If you are giving people information, they want to trust you. To trust you is to put you in a closer place. Now you're in my space, because this death cloud,
Yeah.
we always have that self to find because it exists. The the magnet that makes us self, that makes us different from everything else.
Trust exists on the inside.
Yeah.
And people want to give that thing that's on their inside to somebody on the outside.
Yeah. Because we're natural magnets.
Is that one of
We have the properties of magnets.
Is that a driving force? Is that one of those things? Wanting to give trust?
I think so. There, you come from people, so there's always, unless you're left in the woods, but even then, you are different than everything around you. You can become aware of that in that situation.
I want to live, and I don't want to have to fight you. It's the least
the path of least resistance.
So I want to trust you. I want to give you this thing, and I want you to give it back to me.
Yeah. And I guess where it turns, like Mowgli or whatever, is survival for food. It's like maybe the monkey didn't need food, he needed entertainment. The panther was comfortable but found a place to love the kid. The bear wants to
He knows that where do you exist?
Maybe that's kind of a philosophy thing too. Like people's cartoon stuff showed them asking that question, where do you exist? Oh, just like Peter Pan. There's a lot of old Disney movies that just, the people, it doesn't matter about Disney, it matters about the people who did the things. If you understand the people who did the things, the time frame they existed in, or what their values were, or there's always like a cry for help that people, there's always a signal that we give out that makes us a magnet.
That thing with Peter Pan, the story of Peter bringing Wendy in to be a mom, like that's essential to that story. That's part of the thing being told. So when you race swap,
it exists in the time
and gender change people, it blows that story up. So new Peter Pan, where Peter Pan's
in a bird's eye view, it shows exactly how confused and detached from what came before them they are, and how volatile that makes them. It shows their lack of place to be. Because there's only one place to be now at this point, and it's to go for life. Because if you don't, everybody's going to use you to die, because you are just, your inner thoughts are, shut up and let me die. But there's always that signal that we don't know. We know self, or but we don't know self. That we are struggling to be a part of something bigger, and not understanding what that means when it comes to self. Everything's a cult, right? Everybody forced me to do things All these children, I was forced to do this because they don't understand self. Self is on the line, just like Athens was on the line, just like Rome was on the line, just like fucking Peloponnesia, whatever, was on the line. And everything is telling a story outside of like, oh, intersectional feminism or fucking whatever. Like, stop. You have limited yourself to understanding now, because I'm here with you right now. I'm watching you presently right now. And I can't go talk to Plato. I can't talk to fucking, I don't know, the Cure, who was some band that, whatever, anything that exists not right now. And there's a language that isn't being spoken about. It's, hey, the day is fucking nigh. And trying to be one individual in a world where everybody has these opinions that they've discovered now because they're sharing information with me. I'm seeing those things without having to watch Peter Pan, without having to watch the Robin Hood thing, without having to watch Game of Thrones, or to see what people are valuing, how these things from just a little bit ago is being changed into what people are perceiving their world like now. And seeing those people, because then there was something, they had to fill a space and make a good story, and they had feelings and they had the freedom to express them. Or, they, in the confines of whatever, exploring deeper emotions, especially post-World War II, where bang, fucking everybody's aware of the self and dying and not wanting to die because they were forced to die. And being confused now. Now I want to die because I should have died then. All the men in the world, all the men who fought in fucking Rome, all the men who fucking fought in Sparta and fucking Syracuse and fucking America. They don't see where they came from. They came from the atomic bomb, and now where a question of fucking morals and values come into play again, just like every other fucking time in history.
Still making the same dumb mistakes.
Yeah, some people trying, some people not, because there's just a lot of people who are existing as that atomic bomb chaos every second of their existence. I would say. Because that's where we came from. Now, everybody's fucking got... Everybody can remember things. And nobody had was bequeathed the unawareness of just holding on to morals and values to make those things be more... the bad things be more understood with everyone, to form a camaraderie. We are Sparta. Everything that we have, it becomes that reality goes into the mind and comes back out to create something constantly. So we're living in the present. And now all these things are coming into question because we're our awareness and the ability to speak internationally and see all these patterns, but not being able to fucking decipher those patterns. And we can be aware of every second we exist because some people ain't got nothing better to do. And the people who do have better things to do can see other people and have judgments of. So more chaos.
Chaos, chaos everywhere. Not a reason to
Lit.
Not a reason to live.
Not a reason to live. If that has to be yours, it's time to take self and understand how to take it in a way that isn't the way other people did. Because right now they're just automatically, well, everybody's their own war comrade or whatever. The line of country is now the line of self, and nobody is even aware of it. And there's only one way to see the pattern and know how you have to do it in the context of what you're doing now. You know? If Plato is interesting because he went against his family. His family took from him like his mentor. There's something very symbolic and also very unknown and very...
That trust. It's his family. He wanted to give them trust, and they killed my best friend, you sons of bitches.
The sophists were politicians, I think. Because if Socrates is talking shit while Plato's family is finding reasons to fucking be better than one another with words, because that's what they were. It was the evolution of like communication. It was not just, hey, look at all these connections we made. Now we can make connections to argue our way out of things somehow. The translation is a problem there. I'll probably never be able to know how that happened, but it's obvious that it happened because they're the sophists. It was all about saying...
winning an argument than finding the truth.
Yeah. I guess, but Plato, he rebelled. Maybe he was like, fine, kill me or something, because then he put morals and values in place to influence everybody where the politicians couldn't, because they were like a transformation of like big families to state to overthrowing things because they're as big as the I guess they ward themselves out of existence, the previous Athens.
Yeah.
And they probably had to decline like Rome somehow. Like, what do we do? Now we're just fighting because we made an agreement with these outside people, so we're gonna fight inside. And it's outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, inside. Who is me? Who is not me? Who is me? Who is not me? Until now we're alone on the battlefield ourselves. And we have to make a conscious effort to go, who's with me? And people are doing it everywhere. Who like and subscribe? Fucking if you're not with Israel, you're a terrorist. It's everywhere, Everybody is from the top motherfucker to the lowest motherfucker. All of it is be with me.
Be on my team.
Be on my team or you're my enemy. And maybe,
and
but
that,
look at me.
yeah,
If you are doing a
'cause-
dumb thing that can be not dumb, then how can you not be my enemy? I'm not going to kill you, but what you do has to change for me and for you. And this is what you want, stupid. You know?
yeah, I'm not gonna try to conquer you, but you gotta conquer yourself.
But there is, in a sense, because maybe it's just giving in.
Speaking of giving in, I'm hungry. I want to make those sandwiches.
Isn't it though? Isn't it just giving in to me or us coming to compromise? It is giving in to me, and I represent the best thing.
Yeah, we want to give each other the trust, and I got to love you and do the best to make sure that trust fits exactly where it needs to be. That's the shape of love.
And whatever I don't know, I give to you, especially. And I always give you the benefit of the doubt, and I let you explore.
Yeah.
And I explore you.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you let me try new things all the time, and not just in Dirty Boy side. I get to explore drawing. I've been drawing in that notebook.
Good things and bad things.
Yeah, we wouldn't be together, wife, if you didn't let me.
Maybe it's only a little bit of that pain that, because now that if the point was being on the same team,
Yeah.
we have to we still have to have our own, see where we both belong, I guess. And we had to explore that. But whatever it is, I mean, it's better than fighting, dropping bombs. And with information, it's not as hard. It's this is where we came from, I guess. But that doesn't mean we have to be it.
Change for the more gooder, unlike the Jordan Peterson. That dude used to say the least you could do is not lie to people. That is not what he fucking says now.
He lies to people too. Well, he doesn't do his read, like he hasn't made the connection, so is it lying or is he just stupid? But he has to admit he's stupid. If he doesn't want to say he's a liar, he's got to say he's stupid.
Yeah.
Or foolish, however he...
Yeah. He doesn't recognize that his mindset is different than what he said his structure was.
He doesn't know himself. I don't know if... I think it's the death thing. He gets old, he's suffered a lot of things and the violence, and it's shaken him because that bomb drops on him every moment of the day, just like the rest of us.
I'm gonna throw up the music here, baby, if you want to mute the microphone.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to talk to things.
No.
some sandwiches.
Maybe a little overkill on the ranch. It was just a little bit more. But that's okay. We're learning. It makes it taste a little bit like tuna salad.
Oh, yeah.
I have so many ideas while we were gone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I can remember a lick of them. I guess if I try real hard. I was doing, hey, sweet boy, more connection.
Mm-hmm.
More connection things. Example, how culture internationally became influenced by America because it's a country that kind of gets a fresh start because most of the world is so old it forgot where it came from. This started at a point. This country.
Yeah.
Politics, country, then culture. But most of that I forgot. Hey there. Do I have a... Is that chicken? You want this? I'm putting it on the bed. Quaven, you want this?
Europe was definitely at the point where like, things in the world can be seen, and they could see America start to now.
Everywhere in the Western world got destroyed with World War II, except for America. It was punching in and punching in, ingraining this thing. And America's like, oh, anything goes. You have your little microcosms of Christianity or Jewish or Ethiopian or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And you won't be persecuted, but follow these rules. So there's like a new system. Instead of people bombing each other because of this, they're calm captivity.
Calm captivity.
I didn't think of all this stuff while you were gone, but it was one thing, and now my brain is going because I was thinking how, you know how there's like futurologists?
Mm-hmm.
They make assumptions based on their fucking sci-fi collection, basically.
Mm-hmm.
There's no presentologists, where it's like a futurologist, but with none of the fluff. Because if you know the present, the future is, you know the future. Why are you theorizing about fucking Dyson spheres when, you know, your next door neighbor probably thinks that fucking reptiles are keeping you in a matrix or some shit? So how does that influence you? Like your brain is, oh, how can I get to the most logical fucking conclusion? It sucks because that's brain power. That's time. That's bad, bad. But it was supposed to happen.
Now it doesn't have to anymore. We can stop.
Yeah.
I've done better in loving you recently.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I know
Graven.
because I'm doing the thing that I don't have to be where I was.
And where were you? It's like, how do we define ourselves but what we know about the world? But what do we know about the self? You want this? And what better way than with love? What everybody in the world thinks they want. World peace. What is that but love? There's no peace without love. There's the politics of peace without love necessary drives people to car bomb and suicide bomb and shoot up schools, mass destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter how much you fucking politic about it, it'll never go away. And if you're not looking for a better way and you just give up and go, well, we'll just keep at this, that's what's happened. Because then they let other things get in the way. Taking bribes or having a fear for your life because the Clintons will kill you. It's gross. Ooh, be scared of the Mexican cartel. Giant babies. And these people pushed a line, and they should be respected no matter how much they... People tried to say no. And to be a person who's like, don't mess with the Mexican... Fuck you! That's fucking surrendering.
Yeah, hooray for surrendering. Hooray for running away from your own country.
So brave.
Stunningly so. Oh, like 50 more.
Mm-hmm. Um, uh, something away from... Did you want to make more? Tom, make more?
I don't know. I was more thinking about making a bigger thing of the Apple stuff.
Mm.
But we're live streaming and stuff. So. We haven't read yet.
Mm.
But we can do whatever the hell we want.
Yeah. If this is where it took us. Sometimes that's the part of being a presenologist.
Dang, good thing you put that bib on.
Yeah, right? But I feel like I went. That's the problem with like seatbelts as well. You go a little fast and loose because you're like, oh, I'm protected. That's like a condom. If I'm wearing this, there's no way it'll burst. I'm rubbing on a dry pussy for hours, you know?
God, don't you just hey rub it on a dry pussy?
You know, all these people that want peace and love, obviously. Everybody on YouTube. Unless terrorism is monetized now, which maybe. Anybody who wants to be in that system, peacetime is the best time because that's when people have Patreons and shit.
Yeah.
But the more they fight to keep their position with the opposite people, with the bad force, the more they're not seeing the opportunities to push back and change something. The more they do exactly what the baddies do. We're doing a 3 a.m. challenge with my dead girlfriend. It's a slippery slope to that one movie, Death Race or whatever, where jail people in prison can win their freedom or something if they like they're. I think what's his name? Kane. I am Kane. I will help you. He was in it.
David Carradine.
Yeah. They drive through a place with like explosions and
Running Man with cars or something.
Yeah. Killing like civilians and shit, getting points. Everybody's watching. I guess there's also was everybody watching Running Man? Probably.
Yeah, it was a game show.
Well, gotta lick the plate. I don't know. I do know. But like that's where we are. If babies punishing babies because the people on top, they're still doing the baby shit. Yeah. They came from fucking Alexander the Great and Rome, fucking fighting for
not time to grow up, time to grow mentally. Up is
oh yeah, up is a direction in the physical world. A
lot of you fuckers are growing old.
Are still babies. Nobody understands where we came from, I guess. That's why I'm the first presentologist. Call now. Just ask it because everybody wants somebody's opinion on something. And if there's only one person making a good opinion, which is just opinion translated, all that stuff could just be what it is if times life best thing whatever some weird math equation. Should we read or should we just say fuck it because we've been doing this for hours? I don't know if we've been doing this for hours.
I feel like it's been a while, but we could make it a short stream today.
Is that something that you want? Is that why you're putting that on the table now?
Well, didn't you just say? We could just say fuck it. Is that not what you meant? We've been doing this for hours.
No.
Oh.
Fuck it for not reading.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That was okay. Okay, I believe you. Ugh. Oh, this crap. But is that something that you would be into? Because if it is, maybe that's why you had that perspective, you know?
I'm not sure. I'm liking what we're doing. So.
Yeah. There's so much that I could talk for fucking days and hours. I guess. Days and hours. 9 to 5
days
inches.
And hours, 9 to 5 inches.
I can't believe that shit. I can't believe that. There's this shit is simple, right? Because evil knows what to do to get the job done. We just gotta see what they're doing. And by this time, we could tell, like, if one scam, if you fall for it, fool me once, you can't fool me again, you know?
Yeah.
But people are just, like, zoned out. Whatever fucking works. And now, you could just make money on YouTube for making these doo-doo ass. You don't even have to do 5-minute crafts or whatever. You can have, like, a computer generated freaking Dolly Parton and her wigs. Wigs. And then have a fucking 25-minute video of just saying fucking the same thing over and over again. I gotta find that fucking thing. They don't have like that check mark or whatever on YouTube, but like I don't really understand what that thing is anyway.
Me and wife.
Is that like when you get sponsors or whatever? Or?
Contains paid promotion. I don't know.
Oh no, fucking probably was it when you can put an advertisement on your thing.
Oh,
they're making signing deals with the devil, everything. Ooh, Mark of the Beast. What do you think the Mark of the Beast is? Doing what they want you to do. Not just doing what they do in response to or just doing what they want you to do.
What are you doing here, wife?
I'm trying to get the little
hairs off the...
Yeah, so it's just like I usually do it with like a knife or something. There's something that I had just raised it right off. And this thing usually does or had done a better job. Maybe That's why it's not sharp anymore, because I've been clipping plastic with it. It's all curved and shit. Like, this is the worst thing to do. Whatever. I used to just, like, wear them down, but I'm like, that takes time. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna take this. I think I might get, if there's another cup of coffee, and then maybe we'll read.
Okay. Did you take the BRB off?
I thought so.
Woo!
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was a giant retard.
You're not a giant retard by
Not
that
this yet.
measurement. Yeah, there's always future opportunity to be retarded. David Jones found it funny. What's his name? Steve Harvey.
He loved it.
Davy Jones.
I'm just glad you didn't say poop sacks or something.
Final answer. Oh, that's the wrong game show.
That's my finalist answer.
Show me poop sacks. Oh,
What?
no, he did.
Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lordy.
You done killed me. I love you, miss you, one piece. Did you put the BRB now? Okay. Are those apples any good on their own? No, I shouldn't. Nothing. I've been missing those the whipped cream and brownies.
I'm almost mourning not having more sandwiches. Like I'm like, oh man, I wish I had more.
Men have nowhere to conquer anymore but the self. And that's his way of conquering himself. But that's such a bad idea. Like, well, everybody conquered everything throughout time, so I need to conquer myself. But it's not that. It's about having a relationship with yourself, to have a relationship with a person with the opposite sex. Because everything's a bi-dipole, including humans. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Except this hot butt.
My front butt.
That's the egg.
I feel like Dr. Eggman with a skinny ass leg. Skinny comparatively. I don't know. Him and Sonic probably got the same. And it's like spreading, you know. It's like not just front and back. Is it in the back? Probably the back, but it's like also on the sides. I feel like what was it? Then like the first month or two, because of the weird body changes, there was like this droop on my hips. E what it is.
I'm still more than happy to give it a poke.
That's obvious.
That's baby ASMR.
Do you feel, because this is something that like old Jocko Peterson, there's always like this place of conquering the self instead of understanding the self. Their understanding is conquered. They're just a big bunch of doofuses. Do you also feel the conquering of self?
Yeah.
You just don't know how to align it, right? To you have to decide what is conquering. What are your fight? If you're fighting with yourself, both sides of the.
Yeah, and it's I think the conquering is the wrong way to go about it. It's definitely understanding, because I can't conquer the past. It's impossible. But what I can do is understand it.
That's a problem for people now. I mean, if they wanted to conquer, like, what's better than conquering a person in the present, having never had to deal with them at all? You know, going back in the past and doing something about it. Sci-fi. And that has to, because there's two sides, right? And if you're you, there has to be something else on the other side, and they end up making it whatever they want, whatever ideology, whatever politics they want it to be. No matter, you know, their weakness defines their battlefield. You know, they may fight in a war, they may fight on YouTube.
Everybody's weakness shows. They got no strength.
Yeah.
All their shit's flip flopped again.
Even fucking what's his name? That Jewish guy, Ben Schneider. The guy who he has a sister who also has some sort of Shapiro.
Yeah.
Yeah. All he is just attack. There's no understanding. It's always like, I found where I want to be, and wherever I am is whatever I define it to be at any given time. If I admit defeat, I never got defeated because that was how I felt the whole time. or you don't know my ulterior motives, or you know, like they could
Yeah.
just reason anything. Reasoning was
Attacking hasn't lasted. It's not something that people can run their mouths about the tech, but they don't understand. They don't understand. The I think those Bible guys, didn't they? Chirp themselves out of existence.
which
They-
ones?
the Bible Reloaded people.
Maybe they chirped themselves out of our existence, so how would I know what they're doing now? The last I saw, there was some random thing where one of them was on a podcast, or both of them was on a podcast, and the one with the really fat face fucking was wearing like a wizard hat, or like Maid Marian with that cone, but with a little fabric fucking coming off of it.
Uh-huh.
And like lipstick or some shit.
Yeah, he turned into a homo.
They had too much. This is YouTube. They have too much of an opinion for what they think. They find themselves, but they don't keep themselves. They
weren't trying to understand Christianity. They weren't trying to understand Islam.
They wanted to argue, I guess, for the side that they were on. And because they decided what side to be on, there's some sort of, ooh, now I know what army I'm in until I'm not.
Oh. What happened to that Sargon the Blargon guy? He got so on the warpath, he ran for some sort of office and lost.
Probably just talking on a podcast now. There's enough people, he's found a balance probably, and he maybe even has people defending him against the Joe Rogan thing, because even his Joe Rogan thing, Joe Rogan was so unreasonable, where he just lets his wow really to people who are just fucking with his mind. Like, oh, what did this? What about this? What about this? And Sargon was trying to reason about something. Like, instead of saying aliens, look at what's in front of you and see how that ingenuity for building pyramids and shit has traveled throughout time, to see that it's really not that impossible to do that thing. You're being brainwashed into thinking whatever is happening here is not possible. People had plenty of fucking time on their hands, or whatever the case may be. And Joe Rogan was like, "No way, bro," because it would bring into question all of the things that he builds his shit on. You can watch him fight for no reason. Like, that's the definitive moment of Joe Rogan, I think. Because all the other times, okay, yeah, everybody's bombarding you with these random ass questions. What if reptiles were before humans? What if there were reptiles in space? What if this? What if that? Instead of seeing where we are first, they're going to these places and misrepresenting what they see, when they don't even understand the shit around them. Hello, sweet boy. Sweet stripy boy. The precious boy. Uh-oh. Did I opened the book and I didn't close it back? So now, is this your bookmark?
That is my card.
Up. The kitty is hollow.
Like Earth. ERF, Earth.
Fucking David Icke. There's so many. Everything points to the same direction. Oh, another one of those things. Just real quick. There was a transition from praising the past uh instead of keeping up with the self and knowing that there's a present to be more aware of. Everybody's I would one of those things I was thinking before, and I wanted to bring it up with you real quick in case it led to anything. Uh everybody is in the past or the future. That's how they made a. But the future people are really just making guesses about the past that they read in a sci-fi book.
Some people think in the present. Some people think in the future. People who think in the future, sometimes you're so drooly.
Here, this is pretty. Oh, you don't have to leave, sweet boy.
Dang.
He was really feeling that, I guess. Maybe he gets emotional. You want some peppermint?
I'm alright for now. Uh, Sometimes people who think in the future get crushed in their stupid submarines.
Mm-hmm. You've got to be an idiot to.
They're so dumb.
I guess it's everybody though. You got to be an idiot, yeah, because everybody's pretty much an idiot. The present is too much trauma.
I want trust to have in these other people. These other people had in him to pay the money to go down with him. That father and son.
He should
I
have
trusted.
been.
I'm going to put my life and my son's life in your hands.
I get. Oh, that's another case of I was raped. You know, he manipulated them because he made things sound better than they were. Oh, don't listen to these people because this stuff is good and better, and they probably followed him kind of like a cult down to their death.
They trusted him.
Yeah, they had to. They didn't have the wherewithal, the smarts to see who's right. So they just made a decision. It's them against him, and if he's got the ego and I feel it because I've got that part of me in there, it was kind of like men probably just going down together unless somebody really didn't want to be there. Oh, imagine if Jake from Tube Farm. I mean, that would have caused. Definitely from Tube Farm. From Sub Farm. It would have caused something crazy for a while. Conspiracies, or there would be more people interested in it, I think. Children being traumatized.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know who fucking watches that shit, you know? It's like I couldn't stand a second of it. Even like I have such an aversion. Even like when he shows up in other things, I can't even watch for the sake of knowing, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to know him. It's not good that he exists in my life.
He's just in the fucking grocery stores now. There's like Mr. Beast. Oh, sorry, Jake from Tube Farm cookies and energy things.
And it's just stuff that, okay, I'll just sign away for it, and he's gonna have to get caught in not giving a shit a whole bunch of times for somebody to, oh, but he gives away money. I could be a lottery winner. He could see my live stream and fucking give me a bunch of money. Because that's how I found out about him, because people had said something about that, I think. That's why people were talking about him or whatever. Uh and oh, he does all these things with these charities. Oh, fucking all these he gets to all these fancy things. It's all a show. But then what happened with fucking the corona relief bullshit? That he claimed that he lost business because of this and that. He could, but it was just politics. And if he was part of that politics that was catered to very few people, it was a money grab. Who has the right lawyers to say the right things? Just because if prices go up, then you could probably claim that you lost. You know.
Yeah.
So in reality, everybody lost. So it's like a stupid game, and he participated in that.
Yep.
He's like a Black Mirror episode, and I don't know anything about him other than his fucking rat face.
You catch a rat face though, won't you?
Furry boy, stripy boy. How small you made yourself to fit here. You're a huge cat, I know this. He's kind of like... He looks like the Cheshire Cat, doesn't he? A bit. I mean, he's not purple. Does he got that, like, dichotomous color kind of thing going on? The white and the gray. The light pink and the purple on the face as well.
Yeah, he's stripy all around.
Oh, the Cheshire Cat. Does he have like that, like white face? Because his snout is pretty not stripy.
Oh.
Oh.
I think he might have a different color snout. But he can change colors all the time, so what is Cheshire Cat's true form?
Can he?
He goes invisible and...
Probably takes energy, so his default. Maybe his default is invisible, though. Who knows? He's got such a weird shape. Like, he's so plump in this part of his face. So he always kind of looks, I don't know, poofy.
Book. Shall we try to do some reading here?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
He didn't mean it.
My Klingon brother.
I feel like we're so close to fixing everything. I don't know how to do that attraction thing. Because attraction thing is what everybody does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we're still not reading. It with Winston and Julia, they had that initial reaction. Everything, when you're not part of the big thing, you're going to be attracted to stuff. And if you say, deny, 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 I don't want to be Big Brother or whatever, I don't want to be part of this, you find someone else who looks like you. People who have the same opinions or whatever. There's only... I don't know that for sure. What? Did that make you sneezy, sweet boy?
What do you think about that?
you look like a tiger. Oh, the tiger or a zebra. Are you a zebra?
A stink, bro.
Wash your balls.
That's what Morgan Peterson says.
Wash your penis. Did he say that? Or did people. Oh, because clean your room is basically wash your penis.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if you're cleaning your, it's even deeper than wash your penis. It's the thing you have a good a relationship with, just like you have a relationship with the room you exist in.
Wash your penis.
He's got like two different kinds of patterns. He's got like, oh, the tail looks more like raccoony, and this is more like
There's
wiggly.
the stripes real thin here. They start to spread out, especially like that one. That's a big stripe. That's a big stripe.
Yeah, that's so dark. Half zebra, half cooney.
The Kumi Tutsuni.
That sounds like a Japanese name. Tusuni. Tsune, Kiche Kiche, Nippon.
I believe that's an Indian slur.
What?
Tutsuni.
Oh?
Yeah.
Because of the Sunnis? The religion?
I don't remember where it's from.
Okay, I'll say.
Thick cat.
It looks at you real quick.
Are you a cat PC?
Dang. A what?
The instead of an NPC, it's a cat PC. I was going to try to do the music where they, the hostile thing.
Oh, yeah. You sounded like the Netflix bong instead. At least to me. It wasn't made to be an insult, but it kind of sounded like an insult. You sound like the Netflix.
I'm a Netflix bong. I'm a Netflix bong. That's true.
Netflix. Breakfast.
Okay. So did we read but you could not have pure love or pure lust nowadays?
I feel like we did. I feel like we go until we end on a. I don't think I would have got to this page and not.
Well, they were sleeping in that field that they met in, and he's thinking about things and covering her up because they were naked in the field. And no emotion was pure because everything was mixed up with fear and hatred. Their embrace had been a battle, the climax of victory. It was a blow struck against the party. It was a political act.
Sexing and enjoying it was a political act.
Doesn't that sound kind of familiar though? I mean, I don't know, the relationship between men and women, what could they have if not for what they understand about it through other people, right?
Yeah. Especially if those other people are telling you what its fucking value is.
Yeah. Things are either they're rebelling against a system. Everybody is either the thing or the rebellion of the thing. You have such little soft hands. You look like a little midget cat right now. It's so cute. Your big thick paws. Still smaller than my paws. Not by much. Alright. We can come here once again, said Julia. Sorry. Did you gonna say something?
I hear a dunk.
I think it's raining or something.
That.
I hear it different sometimes, but I don't know if it could be that specific.
All right.
We can come here once again, said Julia. It's generally safe to use any hideout. It's generally safe to use any hideout twice, but not for another month or two, of course. And speaking of course, having to plot a course to live your life like that, the amount of survival it takes, what they're trying to break down. Why is it generally safe twice but not much more? Probably because she knows that there's like rounds, but she doesn't know.
People are always watching you, so if you go more than twice, there's more a pattern
Oh
to be
yeah.
observed.
As soon as she woke up, her demeanor had changed. She became alert and businesslike. Put her clothes on, knotted the scarlet sash around her waist, and began arranging the details of the journey home. He's probably gonna be like, "Oh, she probably didn't like me or whatever. I'm never gonna hear from her again."
Yeah. That'd be totally flaming.
It seemed natural to leave this to her. She obviously had a practical cunning which Winston lacked, and she seemed also to have an exhaustive knowledge of the countryside round London, stored away from innumerable community hikes. The route she gave him was quite different from the one by which he had come, and brought him out a different railway station. You gotta have some fucking skill for that. She used a lot of that energy and stuff on being with him. She really wanted somebody.
Yeah.
Never go home the same way as you went out, she said, as though enunciating an important general principle, like Zombieland or some shit. She would leave first, and Winston was to wait half an hour before following her. So there's only two ways in and out. They have to take it the same time together, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe they do go different ways. I don't know. She named. She had named a place where they would meet after work, 4 evenings hence. It was a street in one of the poorer quarters, where there was an open market which was generally crowded and noisy. And then they start settling down when they start going to that basement or that renter room he got,
Yeah.
and they want to be there a bunch. I wonder if they only got to be there a third time. um, she would be hanging about among the stalls, pretending to be in search of shoelaces or sewing thread. If she judged that the coast was clear, she would blow her nose when he approached. Otherwise, he was to walk past her without recognition. But with luck, in the middle of the crowd, it would be safe to talk for a quarter of an hour and arrange another meeting.
Planning out more meetings.
And now I must go.
Look at these little web toes.
They are webbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's so crazy. I wonder if it helps him. He is quite a climber.
There's frog cat.
Ribbit.
Frog cat.
And now I must go, she said as soon as he had mastered his instruction. I'm due back at 19:30. Is that o'clock? I've got to put in 2 hours for the Junior Anti-Sex League, handing out leaflets or something. Isn't it bloody? Give me a brush down, would you? Have I got any twigs in my hair? Are you sure? Then goodbye, my love. Goodbye.
Bye. See ya.
Well, it's like, what else? They kind of broke down bare essentials of, I'm telling, we're gonna meet again. What I'm gonna do, and then my opinion about it, and then an interaction of trust, like help me make sure that we're on the same side. Brush down my
Yep.
hair or whatever, and then see you soon,
Did she help
my
him?
love.
Just make sure he didn't have any sticks in his hair.
Well, maybe, but it certainly wasn't written down.
No centipedes in my balls from doing it outside.
Right? What kind of things would grow in that wasteland? I mean, there's got to be stuff that takes advantage of all that nature. She flung herself into his arms, kissed him almost violently, and a moment later pushed her way through the saplings and disappeared into the woods where she got more twigs in her hair with very little noise. Even now, he had not figured out her surname or her address. However, it made no difference.
He got some, and he was happy.
You're not your name. You are not your biological sex. Gross. I was trying to think of what they said in Footloose. Fight Club. Got a Fight Club. But I couldn't, so I went the opposite direction. You are not your khakis. There we go.
You're not your followers, but you are your intrusive thoughts.
You are not your EULAs. Unless you decide, but you just unless you decide to become that. Even now, he had not. However, it made no difference, for it was inconceivable. For it was inconceivable that they could ever meet indoors or exchange any kind of written communication. He's still thinking about it. He's like, I want more. As it happened, they never went back to the clearing in the wood. During the month of May, there was only one further occasion on which they actually succeeded in making love. Oh. This was in another. She must know if maybe she's just paranoid. She's like, this is a no-go. Who knows if she's right about it? This was in another hiding place known to Julia. The belfry of a ruined church in an almost deserted stretch of country where an atomic bomb had fallen 30 years earlier. It was a good hiding place when once you got there, but the getting there was very dangerous. For the rest, they could meet only in the streets, in a different place every evening, and never for more than half an hour at a time. So they were still meeting in places every day, talking. So they
For 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, that definitely show.
Did it say every day?
That's what I thought. Is it for the rest? They could only meet in the streets in a different place every evening. Maybe that's not necessarily every, but it was in a different place every time they met, and never for more than half an hour at a time. But they still made the effort to. I wonder what they talked about. I wish they would have said.
Miss you. That would be brother.
Maybe.
So many crumbs.
Yeah, the bib didn't work as well as I'd liked it. uh, in the streets. In the streets, it was usually possible to talk after a fashion. In a certain, good day, sir. Having to see each other in that world, maybe. As they drifted down the crowded pavements, not quite abreast and never looking at one another, they carried on a curious, intermittent conversation which flicked on and off like the beams of a lighthouse, suddenly nipped into silence by the approach of a party uniform or the proximity of a telescreen, then taken up again minutes later in the middle of a sentence, then abruptly cut short as they parted at the agreed spot, then continued almost without introduction on the following day. They could just.
Pick right back up where.
That's why it would be so interesting to know what the fuck they talked about. Like, what was so interesting that they could just pick it right back up? You like onion rings?
My favorite barbecue onion rings.
Did you like that one movie where the kid's arms fly off?
Oh man, that was awesome.
Nipple? Nope, nipped in
Ooh.
silence.
Nipples of silence.
Julia. Julia appeared to be quite used to this kind of conversation, which she called talking by installments. Hey, that's a pretty good way to put what she's doing. She's pretty good with words. That means she's had other people she talked to. Wonder how many people. I wonder if they all got caught.
I thought she said she had past, relationships and
Yeah.
they all.
Did they fall in love like that though, where they would want to talk to each other like that? Keep in touch? Like make sure that they're like they must there must be some sort of love there, that attraction that keeps two people together as opposed to one person to the rest of the stuff. The death dust. I gotta get on and talk to her.
Yep. I don't know how that is. You come to my Xbox Live party?
You wanna be my boyfriend?
I'll be your girlfriend free boyfriend.
She was also surprisingly adept at speaking without moving her lips.
Like a ventriloquist.
To
Hi, Vincent! I sure love
gotta be practicing. I guess she's got it kind of easy because kids open their mouths probably in the beginning when they're like, "You're a big brother," or whatever, in their little groups, but they learn to be silent at any other point. I guess people, as people age, probably required to be more quiet. Uh, Just once in a month of nightly meetings, they managed to exchange a kiss. To have to pull away for something like that because there's people. What a fucking. This is like a representation of the battle between politics and love. Which thing will rule your existence? It has to. I mean, their love ruled their existence. Making meetings, but they agreed to it.
Yep.
That force, they wanted to be together and not with Big Brother because it prevented them from being together.
It's weird now. Every single fucking time, government is not on the side of love. Not once.
That's why they want to fucking control it though with marriage licenses and shit and tax things and like they
just want their hooks in any way they can fucking
yeah.
get 'em.
And it's always gonna cause a fucking problem. They cause divorce because people are too stupid to, You have to not want that stuff to be smart enough to find the meaning in all of it without it being political. What am I doing? Well, I'm just surviving. That's what it is. They were passing in silence down a side street. Julia would never speak when they were away from the main streets. When there was a deafening roar, the earth heaved and the air darkened, and Winston found himself lying on his side, bruised and terrified. Ugh. A rocket bomb must have dropped quite near at hand. Suddenly, he became aware of Julia's face a few centimeters from his own. Deathly white as chalk. Even her lips were white. She was dead. He clasped her against him and found that he was kissing a live, warm face.
Bless you, baby. Bless you.
Goodness.
Where's the sneeze to go? No?
No. Maybe. I thought it was booger free for a moment, but.
My booger free girlfriend. We don't have to make.
He was in that one bombing and it didn't even fucking matter. That hand was there.
Oh, yeah. He kicked aside, like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. But now
But this one scared him.
that love was there, life had even more meaning. Can you stay up? That's what she said.
Oh.
Reaganomics.
Rigonomics. Because he rigged it.
But there was some powdery stuff that got in the way of his lips. Both of their faces were thickly coated with plaster. They like couldn't even freaking. Oh, we got to kiss once this month, and it's because
They were in a bombing together.
yeah, I like couldn't. How could he help himself? I guess if he loved her, it's always gonna be. There were evenings when they reached their rendezvous and then had to walk past one another without a sign because a patrol had just come round the corner or a helicopter was hovering overhead. Even if it had been less dangerous, it would still have been difficult to find the time to meet. Sorry, I'm just thinking of like this point of view is that she was dead. Oh, but she wasn't. He's like the narrator's like in the past with him at the time. Oh no 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 no. Winston's working week was 60 hours. Julia's was even longer. And their free days varied according to the pressure of work and did not often coincide. Julia, in any case, seldom had an evening completely free. She spent an astonishingly, like, plotting the whole time, probably. Do you mind if I put my foot back here? Now that you're back?
Yeah, all right, you can put it there. The reason I left is to get this. It's nice and freezing.
Oh, cool. Well, cool. Freeze. I'm fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in that one movie. Spider-Man.
Danny DeVito too. The twinning.
The Twininator. She even. Oh, anti-sex league, guys. Seldom had an evening. She spent an astonishing amount of time in attending lectures and demonstrations, distributing literature for the Junior Anti-Sex League, preparing banners for Hate Week, making collections for the Savings Campaign, and such like activities. It paid, she said. No, it paid, she said. It was camouflage. If you kept the small rules, you could break the big ones. She even induced Winston to mortgage yet another of his evenings by enrolling himself for the part-time munition work, which was done voluntarily by zealous party members. So one evening every week, Winston spent 4 hours of paralyzing boredom, screwing together small bits of metal, which were probably part of bomb fuses, in a draughty, ill-lit workshop where the knocking of hammers mingled drearily with the music of the telescreens. When they met, well, what else is he gonna do? Probably just sit there and yearn.
Be at home.
Yeah. When they met in the church tower, the gaps in the fragmentary conversation were filled up. It was a blazing afternoon. The air in the little square chamber above the bells was hot and stagnant, and smelt overpoweringly of pigeon poop, of pigeon dung.
Poop.
They sat talking for hours on the dusty, twig-littered floor. One or other of them getting up from time to time to cast a glance through the narrow slits and make sure no one was coming.
How long do they get to talk to each other?
This time,
Yeah. Meeting in the bell tower. Belfry. It was right before he was looking out the window.
They sat talking for hours.
Hours. Where do they get hours from?
Well, they slept overnight in the one place because maybe there's a pattern that she notices. So once in a while, they get to. If you do this, then you're not. You won't be charged as much. Even if we're caught, we won't be, charged as much if we, follow this pattern or caught at some point in our journey. Julia was 26 years old. She lived in a hostel with 30 other girls. Now, how the hell is she getting away? Always in the stink of women. How I hate women, she said parenthetically. Women hate other women because, I don't know. And she worked as he had. Or as he had guessed, on the novel writing machines in the fiction department. She enjoyed her work, which consisted chiefly in ruining and servicing a powerful but tricky electric motor. Running and servicing. Yeah, I guess so. She was not clever, but she was fond of using her hands and felt at home with machinery. She's like, what's that one fucking show?
The Firefly chick.
Yeah, the Firefly chick. There's always like this little mechanic in Borderlands or whatever. It's kind of a tropey thing. She could describe the whole process of composing a novel, from the general directive issued by the planning committee down to the final touching up by the rewrite squad. But she was not interested in the finished product. She didn't much care for reading, she said. Books were just a commodity that had to be produced, like jam or bootlaces.
Okay, you hear like a dunk 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 kind of noise.
Yeah. Hope it's not a noisy motherfucker. Does the roof ever sound like that?
I don't think so, but doesn't mean it can't. It is hollow. Yes, dog.
Doesn't it sound like a radio show or some shit? Would somebody really be listening to talk radio? Out in the, I guess not the middle of nowhere, but she had no memories of anything before the early 60s. And the only person she had ever known who talked frequently of the days before the revolution was a grandfather who had disappeared when she was 8. At school, she had been captain of the hockey team, role reversals, and had won the gymnastics trophy 2 years running. She had been a troop leader in the Spies and a branch secretary in the youth league before joining the junior anti-sex league. Whoo! She had always borne an excellent character. She had even an infallible mark of good reputation, been picked out to work in pornosec,
Pornosec.
the subsection of the fiction department, which turned out cheap pornography. What's expensive pornography? Did she participate to churn out? Did she draw it? Subsection of the fiction department, which turned out cheap pornography and for distribution among the proles. It was nicknamed Muck House, like mukbang, by the people who worked in it, she remarked. There she had remained for a year, helping to produce booklets in sealed packets with titles like Spanking Stories or One Night in a Girls' School, to be brought furtively by proletarian youths who were under the impression that they were buying something illegal. Tricking them into jerking off all day. What are these books like? Said Winston curiously. Oh, ghastly rubbish. They're boring, really. They only have 6 plots, but they swap them round a bit. Of course, I was only on the kaleidoscopes. What's that? I was never on the rewrite squad. I'm not literary, dear. Not even enough for that. He learned with astonishment that all the workers in pornosec, except the head of the department, were girls. The theory was that men whose sex instincts were less controllable than those of women were in greater danger of being corrupted by the filth they handled. Then why is it there? Such a contradiction.
The party? No.
They didn't even like having married women there, she added. So, the fucking underage girls are always supposed to be so pure. Here's one who isn't, anyway. Yeah, because that shit probably made them unpure. Do you think that she's so sexually aroused because she...
I don't know, she said it had only been there a year.
Oh. You think she was having sex before then?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Did you have sex before that? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, because she has more of a tether to, it's not like an addiction thing.
Mm.
Girls are supposed to be so pure. Oh. She had had her first love affair when she was 16.
Ooh.
With a party member of 60, who later committed suicide to avoid arrest. And a good job, too, said Julia. Otherwise, they'd have had my name out of him when he confessed. Ugh. Since then, there had been various others. Life as she saw it was quite simple. You wanted a good time. They, meaning the party, wanted to stop you having it. You broke the rules as best you could. She seemed to think it just as natural that they should want to rob you of your pleasures as that you should want to avoid being caught. Well, I mean, when you work at a place where you're the one working there because you aren't corrupted or whatever, you're less corruptible, and they're calling it filth and shit, but they're still making it. You see it and you're like, well, if, do the I gotta do me if they're doing them,
Yeah.
She's listening to parts of her body where Winston tries to avoid listening to it.
Yeah, she kind of went in a different fucking direction.
Fucking, she didn't give a shit about that 6-year-old, I guess, though. She started out kind of maybe just like doing sex, though. Being 16 and not being like traumatized by
How did that?
your first love dying, or
How did that come about?
yeah, how did she find him? Maybe it was people were still. This is still like the transition period. There's still people that are alive from before the war.
During parts of the revolutions,
Yeah,
or purges or something.
yeah. And Julia at least had her grandfather to tell her stories, even though she may have not have been there. Lovely. You kiss your mother with that butt? What would that make Winston? He and a good job. It's a good thing he fucking killed himself. Uh, she hated the party and said so in the crudest words. I guess this is the conversation they've been having throughout their months or whatever.
Their installments.
Yeah, their installments. Said so in the crudest words. I'm surprised there's still crude words. Well, I guess they need them for the 2-minute hate. And she made no general criticism of it. These are just all fucking assholes. Except where it touched upon her own life. She had no interest in party doctrine. Holy shit. She's like totally self right now. And she's like, I don't want to, like, I don't have a criticism of it because, like, it's just bad. And I want to do me. If you use their words, you're part of it, and she's trying to have nothing to do with it. He noticed that she never used newspeak words. That's a little weird. But it's gonna go away eventually. She's not gonna have. I wonder. She probably speaks them outside. She has to. It's interesting, and this is the part where the demise of the words are coming, because we know what Diddlehole over there was talking about how he's part of the dictionary club that reduces the amount of words even more.
Oh yeah.
He noticed she never used newspeak words, except the ones that had passed into everyday use. Well, actually, she had never heard of the Brotherhood and refused to believe in its existence, like aliens.
Mm-hmm. With a dog's head.
Because she's looking for what the Brotherhood would be, right? Just anti.
Yeah.
So she would have found somebody anti, even though they both have different interests. One is anti-politically and one is anti-selfly. Any kind of organized revolt against the party, which was bound to be a failure, struck her as stupid. The clever thing was to break the rules and stay alive all the same. He wondered vaguely how many others like her there might be in the younger generation. People who had grown up in the world of the revolution, knowing nothing else, accepting the party as something unalterable, like the sky, not rebelling against the authority, but simply evading it, as a rabbit dodges a dog. Hmm. I get it's still a rebellion to dodge it.
Yep.
It was interesting that the party will never be like the party, you know? It can or the party can never be your one's own thoughts because there's always that self that's like, well, I'm different,
Yeah.
and kids are always touching those buttons, and so are people, the ones who haven't given up fucking completely. But it comes out sometimes you just snap and murder your wife and kids, you know? They did not discuss the possibility of getting married. It was too remote to be worth thinking about. No imaginable committee would ever sanction such a marriage, even if Catherine, Winston's wife, could somehow have been got rid of. It was hopeless even as a daydream. I wonder why. Maybe because,
Their lives are too separated work wise or something, you know?
or maybe it's just one of those it's impossible things.
Maybe.
And she's like anti-establishment. They both are, so maybe it's just they just made it impossible in their heads, you know? What was she like, your wife? Said Julia. She was. Do you know the newspeak word good thinkful? Meaning naturally orthodox, incapable of thinking a bad thought. No, I didn't know the word, but I know the kind of person right enough. He began telling her the story of his married life. But curiously enough, she appeared to know the essential parts of it already. She described to him, almost as though she had seen or felt it, the stiffening of Catherine's body as soon as he touched her, the way in which she still seemed to be pushing him from her with all her strength, even when her arms were clasped tightly around him. With Julia, he felt no difficulty in talking about such things. Catherine, in any case, had long ceased to be a painful memory, and became merely a distasteful one. I could have stood it if it hadn't been for one thing, he said. He told her about the frigid little ceremony that Catherine had forced him to go through on the same night every week. She hated it, but nothing would make her stop doing it. She used to call it, but you'll never guess. Our duty to the party, said Julia promptly. How did you know that? Because we're taught it in school. I've been at school too, dear. Sex talks once a month for over 16 years. For the over 16s. And in the youth movement, they rub it in you for years. I dare say it works ill. That's what people are doing right now. They're trying to control sex by making the teachers like creepy and just talk about sex to children in whatever way they feel so that there's this split. I'm sure eventually when it gets too bad there's going to be a swooping in or maybe that's not even necessary. It's just go crazy with sex. Be fucking weird. Don't have kids. You know, whatever. We'll put you in the crazy machine and you'll sort yourself out. Or you'll sort yourself out for us.
Yeah, there's definitely something fucking going on there. confusing them, making them easier to manipulate. I mean, I don't know of a mentally sound homo.
They're not going in a good direction.
Not life, love, or the truth.
Well, that one guy who like made a bunch of jokes and became like really infamous, I guess. He was a gay guy who like talked a lot of shit about things, and everybody, it was British, like around the Drumpty Doo shit. He has like maybe a Greek name like Demetrius or some shit. Anyway, like public influencer thing.
Okay.
Always kind of wanted to be edgy. Was like the gayest edgelord or whatever. He wanted to do.
Gay lord.
Which one did I say?
It would be the gayest.
The gayest edgelord or the edgiest gaylord? Yeah. He wanted to not be gay though, and he wanted to do gay conversion therapy, and found his mental stuff to be psychological, and there's some correlation between emotional abuse and self-hate and gay, or too much the wrong kind of self-love. Well, he wanted to maybe find a higher purpose because it was also like a Christian thing. So that was interesting. That kind of solidified my assumptions that this gay stuff is protected all the time, So there's no proof, but just seeing this pattern of like, well, you can't have kids. There's all this fucking AIDS shit, that bug chasers, and there's so much drug culture, and the culture's so sexual, but now here's a person who is like saying it out loud, who experienced it and fucking said it,
Yeah.
Wonder what he's doing now. But the sex thing is heavily controlled, and it's gross. Maybe that should just be for two people to figure out. Even if it's fucking two 7-year-olds fucking diddling each other in the going to each other's house and fucking sneaking around and kissing or whatever. That's for them to figure out. You just tell them about love, and that sex shit will sort itself out. You don't got to worry about two kids who have sex with each other for their entire lives. Fuck, because eventually they're not going to be kids. The love is like an entryway into the sex stuff where you don't have to control the sex stuff. If they're like, oh, I don't want to hear about, love isn't taught in school. They're just, love is love. Oh, that's for you to figure out, or for us to fucking determine whenever we want. And sex is the leash. These fucking nasty people, they don't even know they're doing it, but they have the power to fucking, eliminate anybody that fucking says that they're doing a bad job. How do you know you're selfish if you're not asking yourself, am I being selfish? What does being unselfish look like? If I'm not selfish, what does selfish look like? Taking more of, instead of a little bit less than I am, there has to be definitive thing. It's not just a spectrum of selfishness. Well, I'm only taking this much from you.
Yeah.
But the reason, don't touch the reason. That's when the fucking crazy comes out. They rub it in your face for years. I dare say it works on a lot of cases, but of course you can never tell. People are such hypocrites. She began to enlarge upon the subject. With Julia, everything came back to her own sexuality. It's kind of makes sense. I mean, with the world, everybody's doing that crazy shit because there's a sense of self there, and a thing that you feel that you're aware of, and
where the patterns and stuff. Oh, I think this. Other people feel this. I don't. They do. We're different.
Yeah, it's actually that means that you gotta go to someone else and have to feel the same way to do it with each other. It's kind of like a connection, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of insecurities that come with it. There's a lot of
That's my finish.
even people who are asexual. Well, it's still about sex, isn't it? She was aware of it and she exploring it, I guess. Like a blemish. Like a blemish. There's bugs living in my skin. I got natties or whatever they're called. Natty lights.
Scabies.
Scabies. Ugh. Capable. She began to enlarge. With Julia, everything came back to her own sexuality. As soon as this was touched upon in any way, she was capable of great acuteness. It's kind of like a self thing, I guess. Unlike Winston, she had grasped the inner meaning of the party's sexual puritanism. And my sex stuff led to you, like, what is, sex? What is that for? Doing with some guy making babies. Hopefully. It was not merely that the sex instinct created a world of its own, which was outside the party's control, and which therefore had to be destroyed if possible. Destroyed or taken. Because they can't destroy it because they want to profit from the proles. Because they can't control the proles in the same way that they can control the party.
Yeah, they need more members. The party will always need members.
Yeah, but if there's too many members, it gets out of control. That's why you need proles. Because then you have, Athens. It's Athens all over again. It's got to be scarring. Never mind. Don't. So I was thinking of Plato and like him writing that letter and what he experienced when somebody who he wanted to kind of conquer the world for the best with, because
fucked was so bad.
He had to that guy died and he has to think about that, I wonder how he processed it, because really I think it was Dion that convinced Plato to
come to
Yeah.
Sicily.
He's like, I got this, but it was just no hope. That guy, it was they had to test the waters. What better way than to be right next to the fucking guy who's controlling the show? Sex. Sex.
Sex.
They tell these people it's not okay, and then they fucking give it to the proles because they want to make the money, and also, something economy, and they also want to give them that stuff. So now it's separating man from woman or whatever, because they're watching it on a movie, and it's being described to them instead of people figuring it out for themselves. What was more important was the sexual privation induced hysteria, which was desirable because it could be transformed into war fever and leadership worship. The way she put it was, she's very observant. When you make love, you're using up energy. And afterwards, you feel happy and don't give a damn for anything. They can't bear you to feel like that. They want you to be bursting with energy all the time. All this marching up and down and cheering and waving flags. Wow, can this not be just put fucking...
There seem to be an awful lot of flags around here.
Is simple sex gone sour? And now the flags are the sex, isn't it? Yeah, that's what people fucking... And even nationality, if you raise a fucking Chinese flag or whatever, any kind of Israeli flag, how do you keep it what it is? You have to keep the sex inside to make more of those kinds of people. If you go out and have sex with people from other countries, there's lots of swapping, but they're preparing for it with the World Economic Forum. Oh, we're talking, but also money, and also it's the whole world. Fuck you. Just a bunch of idiots as well. Sex gone sour. I can't get any sex, so here's my Kekistan fucking flag. If you're happy inside yourself, why should you get excited about Big Brother and the 3-year plans and the 2-minute hate and all the rest of their bloody rot? That was very true, he thought. There was a direct, intimate connection between chastity and political orthodoxy. For how could the fear, the hatred, and the lunatic credulity which the party needed in its members be kept at the right pitch, except by bottling down some powerful instinct and using it as a driving force? The sex impulse was dangerous to the party, and the party had turned it to account. They had played a similar trick with the instinct of parenthood. The family could not actually be abolished, but take everything away from the individual. Don't let the individual think what this thing is. Already have a plan for what it is.
Yeah, that includes what to feel, what to think about it.
How to control it for the
Yep.
That's man is the leader of the house. Well, man is controlled by the politics that he exists in, because there's no other way to make money or this and that. It's been fucking mind slavery for too long. It's time to be smart. I mean, if fucking he could write it, Winston Orwell, George Orwell, then people can see it too.
Yeah.
100 years later, almost, or just about, or a little over, give or take, sometime. They had played a similar trick with the instinct of parenthood. The family could not actually be abolished, and indeed, people were encouraged to be fond of their children in almost the old-fashioned way. What does that mean? Just whatever they said is old-fashioned, you know?
Yeah.
Letting their children get away with fucking calling them thought criminals and hitting them with sticks.
Letting your kids shoot the neighbor guy with fucking catapults.
Making sure they go to their fucking anti-sex league. The children, on the other hand, were systematically turned against their parents and taught to spy on them and report their deviations. The family had become, in effect, an extension of the thought police. It was a device by means of which everyone could be surrounded night and day by informers who knew him intimately. Well, I guess the reverse of that is, any reason for my parents to have me taken away from them because I identify as a fucking deer.
I need to poop in that little box.
Everybody's gotta respect my craziness because somebody's supporting that craziness, including my parents who fucking birthed me. And I don't want to be a part of them because I feel rebellious because they're confused and I'm confused because they're the same culprit is making both of us confused. Abruptly, his mind went back to Catherine. Catherine would unquestionably have denounced him to the thought police if she had not happened to be too stupid to detect the unorthodoxy of his opinions. But what really recalled her him? What?
Recalled her him.
But what really recalled her to him at the moment was the stifling heat of the afternoon, which had brought the sweat out on his forehead. He began telling Julia of something that had happened, or rather had failed to happen, on another sweltering summer afternoon 11 years ago. It's weird that she was scared. It's okay that he died because he was going to tell on me. I guess maybe through her sexuality, she'll learn to love Winston. I mean, Winston already learned to love her. Like, how did she feel after she got knocked out from that bomb or whatever? Did she notice that Winston was loving on her?
Yeah, did they discuss that? Like, hey, you kissed me, you thought I was dead, you exposed yourself.
They don't have to tell on each other. People get caught together. There's no. As they want you to say how much you hate that person, and maybe they both. I don't know. We'll have to read the ending again. It sucks. It's such a sad story because you want them to win. Winston.
Speaking of winning, I guess, there's no mention really of people fleeing the country.
How do you even? Where even do they even know where the borders are? Could they make it that far?
Could you live in Eurasia or East Asia?
Right?
What was it like in those places? Would they take a refugee? Someone's like, I'm against these fuckers. They're
Like that episode of Stargate where they were helping the baddies, I guess. They didn't realize there was like an ethno fucking state.
Oh yeah.
That was fighting the poor colored people for fucking hitting them with fucking drones and shit. That maybe there's like a paradise somewhere else. But, or at least people who are genuinely trying to fight these people. Because it's only O'Brien that we know, or through O'Brien that we know who the other two countries are. He says that it's just three people or three factions.
I saw Winston when he was doing the work. He's like, I know every other couple years we're at war with Eurasia or East Asia.
Yeah, but to know why those people are fighting.
Oh.
He's told by the Brotherhood book that it's just three factions that agree with each other to just keep fighting because it's profitable, basically. instead of two sides that are like, fuck this guy, or people who can't get their shit together, or people who aren't so deliberately like hostile to the people on the inside, I guess, as a means to keep this fucking train running. I don't know, maybe there'll be hints. I'll stay tuned. I'll like and subscribe to my own fucking channel. Eat a dick.
Are we close to a chapter bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, 11 years ago, in a summer sweltering afternoon. It was 3 or 4 months after they were married. They had lost their way on a community hike somewhere in Kent. They had only lagged behind the others for a couple of minutes, but they took a wrong turning and presently found themselves pulling up short by the edge of an old chalk quarry. It was a sheer drop of 10 or 20 meters with boulders at the bottom. There was nobody of whom they could ask the way. As soon as she realized they were lost, Catherine became very uneasy. To be away from the noisy mob of hikers, even for a moment, gave her a feeling of wrongdoing. She wanted to hurry back by the way they had come and start searching in the other direction. But at this moment, Winston noticed some tufts of loose strife growing in the cracks of the cliff beneath them. One tuft was of 2 colors, magenta and brick red, apparently growing on the same root. He had never seen anything of the kind before, and he called to Catherine to come look at it. Look, Catherine, look. Look at those flowers. Are you okay? That clump down near the bottom. Do you see they're 2 different colors? She had already turned to go, but she did rather fretfully come back for a moment. She even leaned out over the cliff, to see where he was pointing. He was standing a little behind her, and he put his hand on her waist to steady her. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him how completely alone they were. There was not a human creature anywhere. Not a leaf stirring, not even a bird awake. In a place like this, the danger that there would be a hidden microphone was very small. And even if there was a microphone, it would only pick up sounds.
That's what microphones do.
Well, maybe it's a video microphone. It was the hottest, sleepiest hour of the afternoon. The sun blazed down upon them, the sweat tickled his face. And the thought struck him. "Why didn't you give her a good shove?" said Julia. "I would have."
Ah.
'Cause it's his wife. He was trying to share a moment with her.
I was liking her at the time.
Yeah, this was an opportunity to have a good time with her. He got to touch her. She went to look at the thing. "Yes, dear, you would have. I would have if I'd been the same person then as I am now. Or perhaps I would. I'm not certain." "Are you sure you didn't?"
Ah.
"Yes, on the whole, I'm sorry I didn't." They were sitting side by side on the dusty floor. He pulled her close against him. Her head rested on his shoulder, the pleasant smell of her hair conquering the pigeon dung. She was very young, he thought. She still expected something from life, and she did not understand that to push an inconvenient person over a cliff solves nothing. Actually, it would have made no difference, he said. Then why are you sorry you didn't do it? Only because I prefer a positive to a negative. In this game that we're playing, we can't win. Some kinds of failure are better than other kinds. That's all. He felt her shoulders give a wriggle of dissent. She always contradicted him when he said anything of this kind. She would not accept it as a law of nature that the individual is always defeated. In a way, she realized that she herself was doomed, that sooner or later the thought police would catch her and kill her. But with another part of her mind, she believed that it was somehow possible to construct a secret world in which you could live as you choose. All you needed was luck and cunning and boldness. She did not understand that there was no such thing as happiness, that the only victory lay in the far future, long after you were dead. So, is there no happiness in victory? Like, he's contradicted. He's doing that thing. He's going crazy right now.
Going to extremes.
Yeah. There's no such thing as happiness, but victory is after you're dead. That from the moment of declaring war on the party, it was better to think of yourself as a corpse. So then what's the point of trying to live then? We are the dead, he said. We're not dead yet, said Julia prosaically. Not physically. 6 months, a year, 5 years, conceivably. That's it. Shut up and let me die.
Yep.
I am afraid of death. You are young, so presumably you're more afraid of it than I am. Obviously, we shall put it off as long as we can. But it makes very little difference. So long as human beings stay human, death and life are the same thing. Oh, rubbish. Which would you sooner sleep with, me or a skeleton? Don't you enjoy being alive? Don't you like feeling? This is me. This is my hand. This is my leg. I'm real. I'm solid. I'm alive. Don't you like this? Don't you like this?
I like this.
She twisted herself round and pressed her bosom against him. He could...
Manipulator.
Don't you like it? Is it manipulation if it's what you want? Doesn't that manipulation, though, tell you a truth?
Yep. Yes, I like the bobs and vagina.
He could feel her breasts, ripe yet firm, through her overalls. Her body seemed to be pouring some of its youth and vigor into his.
Whoa.
Yes, I like that, he said.
Thanks, Garth.
Then stop talking about dying. And now listen, dear. We've got to fix up the next time we meet. We may as well go back to the place in the wood. We've given it a good long rest. But you must get there by a different way this time. I've got it all planned out. You take the train, but look, I'll draw it out for you. And in her practical way, she scraped together a small square of dust, and with a twig from a pigeon's nest, began drawing a map of the map on the floor. And it's done.
Oh, we finished?
Yeah. The end. They live happily ever after. No need to move on.
Yeah, don't need to remove
They
on.
defeated the enemy.
The enemy was defeated with pigeon poop and love.
Hi. That's intense.
It's weird. You probably wouldn't classify 1984 as a love story, but it's kind of a love story.
If it's got love in it, it's a love story. She calls him. I think she says, "I love you." "I love you" is her pleasure, which is weird, but she makes her pleasure his pleasure as well, which is nice. She said we don't know for sure that she's like she betrayed that other guy.
Yeah. She just happened to be glad that.
She wasn't caught.
Yeah.
Fuck. What a world we live in. It's so stupid because it doesn't have to be.
Agreed.
We just gotta convince people.
Yes.
Stop criminal scum.
Words. It's. I don't know. People are gonna need fucking guns and all this other stuff to change the fucking world. Just change your fucking thinking. It all kind of starts to work out.
Well, yeah, I can't even say pro gun, anti gun, whatever. Whatever gets the job done. And it ain't hate, so. Sometimes you need a gun to protect your family. But maybe one day you won't. Maybe guns are the worst. The liver worst. Because they're fucking made of lead, the bullets. And it's like, even if you shoot an animal, you're eating fucking lead, you idiot. Get a crossbow. Like Dangle Robbins.
I carry packages. I'm the UPS guy now. I go from zombies to UPS.
But he still got his motorcycle. Vroomy.
Okay, shut her down, baby.
Thank you, husband.